and welcome to another episode of Manifest Actual Play. I'm Tommy Cotton. With me, as always, Seth Lilly, Roman Mylan, Dan Barron, and Addie Gia. We're here to play some Manifest for y'all. But before we jump into the actual play, before we jump into the recap, before all of the action starts, I'm going to toss all the attention over to these wonderful people, and they're going to tell you about stuff, and that stuff is cool and important and interesting and stuff. So stuff, people, do stuff.
I was actually going to wait a little longer to see how long you would flounder. I'm here to talk about our charity this month. Our charity this month is the National Women's Law Center. I bet you can't imagine why. The National Women's Law Center fights for gender justice across a myriad of issues central to women and girls. They use the law in all its forms to further gender equality, especially for women of color, LGBTQ women, and low-income women and families. They have been on the leading edge of every major legal and policy victory for women. You can find out more at nwlc.org. They are a really incredible organization doing really important work at a time when 6 appointees for life sit on a throne of lies and decide things for people. It sucks. Give the NWLC your money.
Yes.
That one's not fun at the end. I'm sorry.
The links in the chat.
as the person who follows, they hardly ever are. Because, hey, guess what? The world isn't fun. But the world of Manifest is fun. Hey, y'all,
tell us about the fake world that we're going to exist in for the next 3 hours.
People wonder why people like RPGs.
Yeah. Hi, everybody. Welcome back. It's Wednesday. It's round about 8 o'clock Central. So y'all are here with us. We're here with y'all together for a few hours. Thank y'all so much for being with us. If you can't remember when it's Wednesday and 8 o'clock, that is entirely understandable. Are all of you moving this month too? We sure are. So sometimes things get hectic, and you can get notifications when we go live. Twitch will do that all for you, baby. They want to get you back on the platform, so they've given you wonderful, easy-to-use buttons. You ever use buttons? They're so easy to use. You can find them in any elevator, except for the ones with the screens, or the ones you click on outside, and then the elevator tells you where it's going when you get in. Fuck that. Not my elevator. Anyways, click the buttons under Addie. Sorry. Click the buttons under Addie. There's a heart and a bell. You can follow us. You can get notified when we go live. And there's a big purple button where you can subscribe, and you can give subscriptions, and you can donate bits and all sorts of fun stuff to support the stream. All that support goes back into helping us out, into upgrading our equipment, getting our guest stars, getting cool art, all that wonderful stuff that makes the stream so much better. But even being here, we super appreciate y'all. Thank you for coming back every week. We love you so much, and this is truly such a joy to get to do most every week. Foreshadowing. Anyways, if you've got Amazon Prime, you get a free Twitch sub. We'd love it if you would give that to us. We really appreciate you. Follow us on our socials for any updates. Follow Laura Dern on our Instagram, because why the hell not, right? And thank you so much for joining us. And now I'm gonna pass the attention, I think, back to Dan.
Yeah, you're gonna lot of me these past couple of weeks. Sorry.
No.
Listen, I know my brand, and I know people like it in small doses. And also, they don't get Addie when I do it. Anyways, we have a Patreon. As Roman mentioned, we're all moving this month. That Patreon will not be producing new content this month, but there is some fun stuff there. And if you are interested in hopping in on that, there's a bunch of stuff already there that you get access to. You get access to, I think, a dozen adventures for Manifest that are compatible with the Quick Start Guide. You get the first ever issue of Tall Tales, our Unearthed Arcana style stuff that is frankly dangerous to put at a table. You get a monthly behind-the-scenes peek at what's going on at Waypoint Game Designs. You also get the podcast version of this stream as we catch up to season 1. We're getting close to season 2, though. You get that a week early.
And I'm on those, so you better get in quick so you don't miss any of that.
Exactly. If you've been waiting to get to the episodes where Roman is in, now is the time to hop on.
I can't blame you, but you're running out of time. Might as well get in now.
What's the rest of it?
We just put up a new thing.
You can, yes. There's a wonderful article from the Eastern Waste Gazette that I will say nothing about. You're going to have to just go look at it yourself because it's too pure for this world. The last benefit is it is the only way to get access to our exclusive Discord. You can talk to us, get to a secret channel on that Discord, the patrons only channel. It's secret and exclusive, and you can talk directly to us. Honestly, you can talk to us on all the channels in the Discord, and we'll respond to you. That's, I think, it for the Patreon. Tommy's dropped the link. As Roman masterfully foreshadowed, I will now pay off in a sort of a Chekhov's gun scenario. We will not be on next week. As you may have noticed if you watch the stream, we're all moving this month.
and we're all packed to varying degrees.
Yes. So next week there will be no stream. That's it. That's the end of my stuff. Now Tommy's gonna say a bunch of shit, and he's gonna try and convince you to spend your channel points on him, which you shouldn't because it's wrong and makes you a bad person.
Thanks, Dan. So we have up here in the top left corner of all of our screens, that's how much grit we have. And you have grit too as viewers. You can earn viewer grit, which is what we call our channel points. You can use that to give grit to either myself, the GM, or one of the individual players. The maximum amount of grit a player can have is 12. I have no such maximum, but as we have seen, I continuously have been holding on to, I've been like paying, I get like basically your grit's good for 2 if I don't get to it. And so this one extra that I have going into today is from yesterday, or not, from last week. But you see Franny is at 12, Paige is at 10, Cleve is at 7, Max is at 9, and you can spend your viewer grit to give out grit. If you give it to me, I will use it to raise the stakes, make things harder for our players, and make things more deadly. If you give it to them, they will be able to be more triumphant in the areas that are most important to them, and also swing the stakes back into their favor. I do see some grit rolling in right now. I also saw that Tenetic resubbed on a 2-month streak. Let's fucking go 10. And then also 5 gifted subs from Chris. Drop it in. Oh, yeah, hell yeah. Giles of Augustine just got a sub. Let's go. And now we have see, look at that. Isn't that weird? Chris gifted me grit and said it feels so good to be bad, and it only cost
Chris,
him.
You're dead to me.
It only cost him 700 of his channel points. Interesting. Let's just move ahead. Cleve cost Fiddler Undone 1,400 channel points to give a grit, and then Chris spent another 1,400 to give another grit to Cleve. So that's 2.
You son of a bitch, Chris! I'm back in.
Yeah.
Saying this is for the best shirt ever. And then Fiddler Undone.
Steven, activate.
It's Cleveland Universe.
Cleveland Universe. So Cleve gets 2 grit, and I get 1. And oh my goodness, just look at the value of giving grit to me. How interesting. I mean, draw your own conclusions.
You're choosing violence.
Shoddily made grit.
Also, I'm not sure I heard the thank you for Tenetic with the strong perfect 10.
Ooh,
It's
yes. 10 from 10. Let's go 10. Hell yeah.
Let's go 10.
Okay. So we are going to jump into the actual play, but before we do, there's one last thing we have to do. We have to transport our minds to the world of Manifest by looking at the truly wonderful character art that we have for this season from the one and only Kate May. Enjoy.
Love that.
And we're back. Okay, so previously on Manifest the RPG. The Kumilican family was hurled forward in time roughly 200 years after experiencing their deaths in the town of Fenton. The town of Fenton was attacked by a cult known as the Cut that was run by Owen Lemaire and several other extremely powerful illuminated individuals. And they absolutely overwhelmed and destroyed the town, but the Kumilicans had sent the rest of the town away and stood their ground alongside Cordelia Gray and Quentin Lemaire, two gunslingers in their own right, who were there to oppose the Cut. In this final stand, Cleve, Paige, Max, and Franny all died and awoke in a mysterious grove that seemed to exist within a moving storm, and they met a man named Kinsey McCharlotte, who explained to them that they had apparently been in this grove all along, as long as he's known, and now it's the year 427, and Owen Lemaire is back, and the Cut is on the rise again, and everything's crazy. Also, they found out that they had strange little brands or tattoos on their bodies that instilled them with some amount of a desire to oppose the Cut. And as they left Kinseys Grove, they set their sights on the town of New Fenton, which was on their way towards their only existing lead at the moment, which is a man by the name of Roland Hollis, who may or may not be able to share with the Kumilicans the location of one Pax Davison, who has reportedly run into Owen Lemaire recently on account of the fact that Owen Lemaire has acquired the gun that Pax was charged with protecting. So the last thing that happened after traveling across Lake Alejandro with some fun seafaring nomads and making their way to the southern border of the Piazza Basin, the Kumilicans rolled into New Fenton. Max and Paige went into the Galloping Gumbaroo Saloon, put some money down on a cactus for some cactus racing. Cleve asked the LRC operator about the Riveteers, the nomad pack that Roland Hollis appears to be a part of. And Franny went and spoke with Sheriff Bacchus, and inquired as to some of the town's old historical records, saying that her mother was a bit of a historian and might like to look into things. And Bacchus seemed to think that maybe the Kumilicans might have some roots here, and so was willing to fish up some census records for Franny. At that point, Franny left the sheriff's office. Paige and Cleve were still in the Galloping Gumbaroo. Or sorry, Paige and Max were still in the Galloping Gumbaroo.
The Saloon.
Yes. And Cleve had made his way over to Lacey Metalworks, a blacksmith's shop, a forge, if you will, here in New Fenton, bearing the name of his good old friend from 200 years ago, Cleopatra Lacey. You also got the name of the current proprietor, Iffy. So we're going to pick up with Cleve, I think.
I love that. All right. So I'm just standing. I've made my way to the metal workshop, and I'm gonna head on in. Let's see what the dealio is.
Yeah, so you step into Lacey Metalworks. As you do, a little bell ding 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 rings above you, and you're hit with the heat of the blacksmith. You smell the smells of oils and metal and everything, and you see pretty, as far as blacksmiths shops goes, it's a pretty clean shop. It kind of seems like it has a raised front area where there's stuff on display, and then there's steps leading down. There's a balcony that looks down into a lower area where the forge seems to actually be set a little bit deeper into the ground, with a large chimney letting out a lot of the smoke from the fires. And in there, you like kind of pass by like a local who walks by you. So you like step out of the way, and the bell bing, ding, 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 rings again, and you look up as the bell rings, and you notice something that you recognize. Right there above the door leading into Lisi Metalworks is a horseshoe that is slightly askew. And you recognize this horseshoe as being one that Cleopatra would like when you and Patty like built the forge together, and you helped your friend like set up shop, like one of the like final things, like the memory rushes back to you. It's all like set. You finally got it in, and you say something along the lines of like, now all you need are some customers, and Patty says, and a little bit of luck, and hammers in the horseshoe. And you know that she made a point to make sure that the horseshoe was like straight up, and this one looks like it's kind of like the screw's a little loose. It's kind of fallen a little bit to the side, kind of propped up against some of the like molding there, and it's way older than you remember it being. It's you know, obviously it's been around for 200 years. It's like this extremely worn, beaten up, like almost like very passable piece of metal that is just like up there, looking like it's been up there for a couple hundred years with no one really doing anything about it. It's just kind of there. But it looks like it survived the trip, and perhaps was even pinned up there by Patty after this forge was built.
Oh man,
you're looking or buying?
Oh, just looking, just taking a look around the town at the moment.
All right,
Figured I'd see how your work is.
Oh, feel free. Prices are on the placards. You have any questions or you need anything specific, you let me know. I can pretty much whip up anything. You can't see the person who's calling out to you, but it's the voice of like a woman from down in the forge.
Are you Lisi?
Yeah. Hold on. And then you hear like some hot metal and steam kind of comes up, and then as that steam is kind of swirling up into this kind of like vented like area that kind of sucks it up and pushes it out, a woman, probably not that far off of age of your kids, young like 20-year-old woman, super muscular shoulders and arms, and like just like the thickest fucking wrists you've ever seen, like this big, like very top heavy in muscular strength, like walks over. You can actually see like one of her arms is noticeably thicker than the other, as she slides like a hammer into her tool belt, wipes sweat from her brow. Her hair is put into like extremely tight little braids and buns, like all along the back of her head, so it is like almost flush against the back of her, flush against her head. And she looks at you with the same like caramel colored sharp eyes of Cleopatra Lisi, this like young, clearly descendant of your friend. Says, new to town. Yeah, I'm Iphigenia Lisi at your service.
Pleasure to meet you. I'm Cleve Kumilican.
She like shakes your hand and says, oh, and like stops for a second, just for a second, like at the name, and he says, oh, well, welcome to New Fenton. Yeah, so like I was saying, anything you see here can be yours for the price listed. I tend not to negotiate on the prices. I try to be as fair as I possibly can. However, if you're needing something specific, me to whip something up, like, you know, and she like stops for a second, like, cause basically she's like looking over your gear, and like she trails off and like looks at like the hammers on your belt, and she goes, "Them's are fine pieces. You mind if I take a look?"
Not at all. And he gives them, he unholsters them and hands them both over.
Yeah, she like looks at like your two hammers, the kind of the one with like the serrated bit, the one with the hook bit, and she like kind of like flips them a couple times and goes, "Good balance. You a prospector then?"
That's right.
Well, you know how to buy good tools, so if you need any custom jobs, I'm willing to give you a fair deal.
I appreciate that. I'm gonna take a look over here.
You all right there, sir?
I'm just fine, thank you. Yeah.
All right.
And he kind of shuffles away to one of the nearby walls and kind of wipes his eyes and like pretends to look at whatever's on the wall.
She like stands there for a second, a little confused, and then you hear her kind of like a couple steps, and then like full steps leading down the stairs back towards the forge.
Yeah, she's just like Patty, and Cleve cannot handle it.
Yeah.
How is her work?
It is phenomenal. One thing you can tell just by looking at it is like she integrates a lot of different materials into her work. She makes like pretty good quality stuff. A lot of her stuff here, she does have like some armor, and it looks like she has Patty never really made that many weapons. It looks like Iffy has kind of expanded into that field a little bit, just like ammunition and hunting rifles and stuff like that. There's like a little sections of like that. Everything seems to be pretty much excellent quality, with some of the like more budget items being standard quality. Nothing here is poor quality. And like you also see like a bunch of different like mods, like ready-made mods that can be like, you know, it says like basically like there's like little signs that say that she'll attach them for you, or you can take them, but like she's got like kind of like pieces that like, so like a scope and a bayonet and like other things, and like box magazines for different types of like firearms and so on. You go like walking around and you see like she's even pinned up some like and framed some like old parchment with sketches on it, and you like start to recognize a couple of these. It's like it's not just Patty's blueprints, but it's a couple like design sketches of Patty and some other people bearing the Lisi name that are just kind of like framed up, these like kind of like proprietary like, you know, like little designs that kind of like add a nice feel to the like I said, like pretty clean and precise like business that is being run here. Like Patty's shop was like kind of a garage that Patty was doing work out of. Sure. Like this is a store.
Wow, really built something. I guess the last thing Cleve would look for, Pat's big thing is that she not only was a metal worker but a cobbler. Is there any footwear around, or has she kind of branched away from that?
You don't see any footwear like on display. It looks like most of it is like you know, utilitarian gear, and there is some like aspects of like armoring mods and stuff that do like kind of like, you know, you have like a harness for like, you know, like adjustable buoyancy and stuff like that can be built into your armor. Nothing that seems to be specifically like tailored towards like footwear. But then as you like are kind of looking around the shop and you glance down in the forge, you do actually see down in the forge there is Patty's old like cobbler station, like some of like Patty's old like bench that you helped load up when Patty was leaving is like still there. Very, very much like worked over. It's not like it's, you know, it's very much Ship of Theseus type situation. Like, is it still the same bench, or is it, is it more like I don't know. There's only so many of the original pieces left. It's been like broken and rebuilt, it looks like, a few times, but like you see some of the tools and stuff there, and it looks like it's not unused. It's just not like, it's not something that Iphigenia has on display, like has ready made. It looks like she might be able to do cobbler work on commission, but not something that she like does and puts on display.
Times change. People need different things. Yeah, Cleve kind of putters around for a couple more minutes, and before he leaves, he says, Ms. Lisi, your work is very, very fine. You should be proud of what you're doing here. I like this shop quite a lot.
Thank you, sir. And if you're ever passing through with your pockets a little full of some materials, I like to see. Ain't too many mines too nearby, so I rely on the nomad packs for most of my raw materials. But I'm willing to make a deal with any prospectors willing to make the trek.
Oh, if I had some extra time, I was thinking of maybe making a trip just out in the nearby area. So if I find anything, I'll bring it by.
There's a terminal by the front door. If you want to tap your LRC, you can get my information and send a message. You can coordinate shipping if it's necessary. I tend to do that with folk who are in the business.
Yeah.
Only way to keep the shop afloat, right?
Sure. Fair enough. So Cleve's gonna tap the terminal and kind of take one last look around and pat the side and think about his friend as he leaves.
Oh, you walk on out. Little ding, 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 ding. You have a nice day, sir.
God, you as well. Yeah, and then sorry, where is everybody else? I should have been listening.
You knew that Paige and Max were in the saloon, and you actually see Franny like exiting like the sheriff's office. So Franny and Cleve, you're both kind of like in the middle of town, like kind of meeting up.
I thought it was over at the lake.
Sure. Your time with you're right. Your time with Tim is done though.
Okay.
Tim had to go. Yeah, that is correct. Franny is not exiting the sheriff's office. You see a child run by you back towards the stables. The same kid you saw when you were rolling into town, and like 12 to 20 paces behind, casually walking away from the creek, is Franny walking back into town.
Yeah, sure. I'll go meet up with her.
Hey, Daddy.
Hey,
you okay?
Sorry, I was just seeing what Pat's kin made of the area. It's a nice shop.
That's a good thing.
I know.
Okay.
What's next? I guess we got to be traveling on at some point so we can meet up with this fella.
Are we not staying here?
We're not in a rush. I'm just trying to.
I mean, they're coming here, right? So, like, far as I know, I mean, Daddy, you'd know better than me, but like, it ain't really possible to like wave down a nomad pack, right? They're gonna just sort of like steamroll right over you, right?
I guess we wouldn't save too much time moving on to the end of their route. I suppose we could just wait.
Yeah, Cleve, you know that they left town about almost 2 days ago.
Sure.
It'll take them that you know that they have about almost around a 2 days head start, but you also know where their like stops are. So like they have to go from here to Soldina, and that's going to take them around like around a week, and then it takes them around a week to come back. So like it's like 9 to 12 days is kind of the window of time that they have before they return. And you know their route because you talked to the LRC, you got it printed out there. So you know that like they have to hit like a ton of towns on the way up. So like in theory, your vehicle could effectively catch up with them because you could just do a straight shot. Like you and Paige have the ability to do like to know where you guys just go straight to. Like if you like head straight to Red Post, there's a decent chance you get there as they're getting to Red Post, right? Because they have to hit like, a dozen towns left and right, east and west, on their way to the Piazza Basin, and then not that many towns in the Piazza Basin, and then a decent amount of towns north of the Piazza Basin, and then Red Post. And if you don't catch them in Red Post, you can probably catch them in one of the towns following Red Post if you like skip a few on their route. So like you could definitely, if you left like fast, like you could in theory catch them way before they make it to Soldina. Otherwise, you could wait 9 to 12 days and they will return to New Fenton as per their schedule.
I suppose. I mean, we could wait for them, but I just know that. Well, I guess I don't know how time sensitive what we want to know is. I just don't want this. Uh, I just don't want this Lemaire person to get too far along his path.
I yeah. Okay, yeah, no. I mean, if you think we can catch up to a nomad pack, I believe you.
Like you can see it right here on the map. I mean, look, they've got to hit 5 towns before here, and if we make a straight shot, and he very much goes into nomad mode and gets really excited about like no, we wouldn't. But if we don't stop at all and we just kind of switch off shifts, so I can just sleep, and then we can probably get there quicker.
Yeah. No, that sounds good, Daddy. I get it now. Yeah, okay.
But obviously we should check in with your sibling and your mother and just
I mean,
sure.
I think one town's no different from another to them, right? This town ain't nothing to them. So we can just do you want to you can start the bus and I can go get them and then we can just go.
I'll just come with you. We might as well talk it over first. I don't want to make any unanimous decisions. That's not how I tend to do things, as you know.
I know, Daddy.
Yeah, let's get in there. Let's get in there before Maxie gets 2 in their cups.
Yeah, so
They're fine. They can just be not drunk anymore. Let's go.
Franny and Cleve, you walk into the saloon. What's going on with Paige and
Can we actually cut to before?
Before
they get there?
I want to know what the scene in the saloon is looking like. You've been in there for at least an hour or two at this point. Probably around like an hour and a half ish.
Yeah, Paige has had a few Manhattans. I forget what we called them.
the old fashioned. It's a muddled
muddled
bourbon
whiskey.
or whatever. Muddled whiskey.
Yeah. A muddled whiskey. That's right. Paige has had a couple, I think.
Yeah, I mean, we got drink tokens, right? So like, it's wasteful to not use them.
Yeah. I think we're with drinking. I think Paige is feeling it way more than Max is.
Absolutely. There's just no way. But there was darts, right?
There is, yeah. There's a dartboard.
Yeah, I lay it. Hey, Ma, you want to play darts?
Oh, sure. I don't know if I've ever been much good at darts. Here, let me see if I can. She gives it a throw and it lands just well short of the board. There's just like something in like the wrist arm mechanics that she can't quite get down.
You gotta hit the board. You know that, right?
No, sure, I gotcha. No, do you get 3, right? I get 3. I get 2 more. Okay, all right. And like, there's just no like leg. It's truly a problem in the mechanics. It's not that her aim is bad; it's that she can't generate the power to get to the board. Which I say only because I know people for whom this is the case. This is not a read on Paige. This is a read on others.
Roman is in real life is an avid darts player.
Yeah, I mean, all right. Yeah, so anyways, I'm also not very good at darts. But what I am is telekinetic.
No.
So...
what do your tattoos do when you turn on telekinesis to play darts?
Yeah, they turn into that sort of like braided steel cable pattern almost, like looking as if they are attached to the darts. Because my finesse is 2, but my ranged is 10. So
Okay.
I think Paige sees what you're up to and nudges you for a second and goes, "Hey, wait 1 sec," and like turns to the bartender and says, "Hey, I got a spur. I can put this one in the bullseye."
Go ahead and roll manipulate. Let's see. You already tried to make him gamble a little bit. He's definitely had some fun. Like, you guys have had some idle chatter with him. You are entertaining guests. He doesn't mind it.
And I'll tell you what. Here's the thing: is that I'm okay manipulative, but I read this book about gambling one time and about hustling.
You're gonna use theoretically skilled.
Hell yeah, baby!
Theoretically skilled being a tier 3 talent that allows Paige twice a day to use their lore instead of any other skill. Yeah, go ahead and roll lore to -2.
Shine to play darts at no stakes. So like.
Yeah, so roll that lore to -2, Paige, and let me know what your highest is.
I got an 11.
Okay. You are up against. Oh. Okay, you are up against a 6.
I'm gonna spend 2 grit. Oh, I'm gonna spend 2 grit and twist the knife. I don't have to play down to the gallery. That's dumb. I just twist the knife. And I've got 2 successes.
That doesn't sound like gambling to me.
Yeah, it's hustling.
Yeah, because Ma's a teacher. I'm the gambler.
Okay, so you shout this over. How many net successes is this then?
2.
2? So he saw you throw the dart poorly in there, and then you have your third dart, and you're like, I'm gonna hit this in the bullseye. The bartender raises an eyebrow, looks at like the 2 darts stuck in the floor, and goes, "Hell, you hit a bullseye, you drink for free. You and yours drink for free for the rest of the day."
Oh shit! Well, now there's real stakes on it.
Yeah, Maxie, high stakes. All right, do your stuff. And Paige sort of lines up. It still doesn't quite have the mechanics of it, but it's like really putting in effort. And then looses the dart as convincingly as she can.
Max, I assume you got any successes on your telekinesis?
Oh yeah, I didn't even roll to activate it because I didn't realize there was anything really going on here.
Let's just hope that you don't misfire or whatever.
Yeah, no, I can move this shit forever.
Okay, yeah. Right, just straight into the bullseye. And he's like, "Oh!" And he like starts clapping. He's like, "Oh, hell yeah! Hell of a throw! Oh my god! Wait, where'd you learn how to play like that? You hustler!" And he like gets immediately like starts backing up and gets ready to make another like round of drinks.
It's beginner's luck, I'm sure.
And the saloon door like opens up as Cleve and Franny, you see Paige and Max like laughing as the bartender is like shouting out like, "I never seen it throw like that. You were already 2 steps back too far. I thought for sure there was no bet. Oh my god. Hey, get those darts out of the board. Come on. Hey, you get another bullseye. I give you a spur."
I think
I'll go. I'm like going and picking the ones up out of the floor. And I'm like, yeah, all right. And I grab the one out of the bullseye and I hit it back to Ma.
Wait, this must be the lucky one. Oh wait, are we doing? Paige gives a look like, are we doing this again?
Yeah, why not?
All right. And Paige lights up again and does the same bit.
Yeah, Cleve and Franny, you see Paige throw, and the bullseye, the dart flies directly into the bullseye, and the dude like drops the ice scoop, and he's like, "God damn!" And he like jumps over and he looks like he like hops over the bar and looks at it and like pulls it out, and he's like, "How How the hell? Holy shit! All right, well, hey, my word's as good as my bone. And he hands you a spur and the dart back, and he goes, I'm tapped out after that. Oh, but hey, drinks for you and your. And he looks over and he goes, family yours?
Hey, these are ours. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Hey, drinks are on the house. What can I get you? As he walks back around the bar, and he's like, I ain't never seen someone throw like that. Holy shit!
I recommend what was it?
It's the muddled whiskey.
I recommend the drink. I do not recommend the name. Between the four of us, we gotta be able to come up with a better name.
I'll try it. Why not?
How much do I have to look at this scene to know that my family is committing a crime on this poor bartender?
I mean, you can see, Matt. I'm gonna say Max well enough to know.
I'm also not hiding that. I didn't make any effort to keep my arms any of my tattoos not visible. They are full moving. Telekinesis is active.
It just seems like the guy hasn't noticed that Max's tattoos have changed.
Okay, I guess I'll just go up to Max real quick and be like, Is this a hustle?
Rainy, honest to God.
Is it?
Honest to the stars above, you will not believe the next sentence that I say. This was 100% Mom's idea. I just want to play fucking darts.
Okay. But yes?
I mean, yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Great. Thank you.
Look at you, little lug nut. You've been practicing?
Oh, it's a lucky night. I'm having a good night.
Hey, well, cheers to that. So also I just wanted to come by. So I was thinking if I was there it is again. I was thinking if we cut across, we might be able to catch the Riveteers if we want to meet up with them quicker. I mean, I guess I would have to start out driving, but
hon, we're not going to catch that pack.
I know they're fast, but I'm telling you, if we cut across here, and he goes into the same explanation again, cut across here, and they go back and back to them, that's going to be 5 towns, and then I'll start after 8 hours, because that's the amount of time that it needs.
But they're coming back here.
Yeah, 8 on, 3 off. No, it's possible, but no, hon, we're not gonna. They're coming back.
It's almost 2 weeks till they get back.
How long till we catch them? It's a week.
5 days is what he said.
Yeah, you catch them in the midpoint around 5 days.
And there, if nothing else, we could travel with them back here. I just thought, maybe time was of the utmost with this situation.
Well,
I don't know shit about this pack, right? I ain't never met none of them. But as I understand it, this is one of the places where they actually stop, which is rare, right? They hang out for 2 hours here and they call that a vacation.
Yeah, Cleve, you know that they stop. They tend to stop in New Fenton and in Soldina. I don't remember if I said it, but I'll go ahead and say that the LRC operator also mentioned that they sometimes stop in it's not Split Boot Canyon, it's Snake something Canyon. Oh no.
Snake Eye Canyon.
Snake Eye Canyon. I was like, it's not Snake Bite. It's something else. Snake Eye Canyon. Yeah.
They never go back to Split Boot Canyon. No one goes back to Split Boot Canyon.
Split Boot Canyon has nothing but death.
So
terrible plan.
Well, it'd be here, it'd be Soldina, and then possibly over in the Snake Eye Canyon.
Well, hon, here's one thing is I don't have anything to put in the bus. We're fresh out.
I've got a fuel cube.
Okay, all right, but
it's premium.
Well, that's good. I don't know. I was thinking, we can have 2 weeks here to wait. Maybe we could just sort of I don't know, maybe there's a job or something that we could all do and make some spurs while we wait to supply ourselves for the trip.
You know what? That's very sensible. Maybe that's what we should do. What do you think, Franela?
Well, I,
This is classic Cleve. Like
Yeah.
anytime if
And
Cleve has a
I
plan and
think-
somebody suggests something else, he's like, okay, yeah, let's do that.
I think
think-
honestly, the switch of like Cleve suddenly siding with Mom over basically nothing. Mag's like, "Hey, Franny, what do you actually want to do though?"
well, I mean, if we could get some fuel cubes, right? Like, probably the supply is better in this Red Post place. It's supposed to be bigger, so, and you know, Daddy, you were talking about how it feels like Owen Lemaire's got 200 years on us. Let's not give him 2 more weeks. You were just saying that just a little while ago. So if we have the opportunity, unless Mama, you want to stay here. I mean, like Red Post's got probably like a whole school.
Oh, sure. No, yeah, I mean, that sounds good. I don't know. I thought we might wanna. And she motions to, which I don't know if Franny has noticed at this point. She motions to the mural on the wall.
The portrait,
portrait.
the town founding portrait. You see Franny nearby the bar. There is a large framed photo surrounded by a bunch of other smaller photos and portraits, but there's this photo of like the day that the like LRC tower was like turned on, and like the whole town at that time is standing there, and you see right in the front, you can spot even from here Katie Fornell.
Well, that's a mighty fine picture, Mama. Thank you for showing it to me.
Also, Cleve, you look over and you see your sister in that picture too.
Yeah. I think Cleve saw his picture. Saw his sister in the last episode. So he doesn't have a reaction.
Oh, did you pop into the saloon? Because it's in the
You
saloon.
didn't. Yeah, it's in the saloon.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I wrote it down. Okay.
Yeah,
well,
you wrote it down but Paige was the only one who noticed.
I love that. Cool. Yeah. So while you're saying that, Cleve pops over and like starts looking really close.
You know, I'm gonna see if the general store's still open. Maybe they've got some fuel cubes for us, just in case. Either way, if we're doing a job or if we're speeding up to go catch him, I think that we should probably just see what we can get on our supply. And then I'm gonna fish a spur out of my pocket, and I put it down on the bar and say, "Thank you for taking care of my family so well," and pass it over to the bartender, and then I will exit.
Yeah, all right. I'll come help with the fuel.
Yeah, the two kids start walking out of the saloon, leave the saloon, and Paige, you look over and you see Cleve like almost nose to glass, looking at like the person like 3 rows back into the left, like that is, you spotted immediately, is his sister.
Use your
that
progressives. You gotta angle it.
I also want to say, I think as we're leaving, like Max was holding the darts when Franny and Cleve came in, and like doesn't even really think about it, and just like sort of tosses and telekinesis the rest of the way the darts to like where they go.
Just
Is that Ingy?
Well, it sure is.
I don't believe it.
Yeah, look at
She
that.
came all the way over here just to. I guess she would have been looking for me. Well, for us.
Well, sure.
yeah.
You know, I can understand wanting to spend some time here, just to get acquainted with our history, but you know, I just I can't help but think that this cut is gonna do some real damage if and when they come together, and maybe the quicker we get there, the less prepared they'll be for us.
Sure. Yeah,
I only say anything because Frenny doesn't seem too happy.
no, I mean, I think Red Post sounds like it could be good if we want to just sort of wait for him. I do think it'd be good to resupply ourselves a bit.
That that's smart. How
But
many how many spurs do you got left?
Oh, I just doubled up. I got 2.
It was a hell of a shot, dear.
No, thank you. And we got 2 spurs on Grower and Shower over there.
Oh, well,
Yeah.
when's that pay out?
Oh, I don't know. Hey, when does this cactus race pay out?
Oh, probably like a couple months.
Oh,
So in
all right. Well,
into-
sort of
into-
a longer term investment, I think. But, I mean, I had to put some on the one named after you.
Oh no! I mean, that's what I'm cutting there. I mean, I cut
You're
over to
seeing dumb.
You're seeing- It's like you say that, and the bartender in the background like has a spit take as he's like taking a jiggle. I was like, it's like,
Oh my god!
and cut away. I'm gonna cut to Max and Franny. Mom and Dad are talking about sex. Yeah. Max, you catch up with Franny as she's walking up to the general store.
Yeah, what are we doing here, Franny? You want to get the fuck out of town?
Daddy wanted to get out of town. Said that it was important. He felt
Yeah,
like
but I'm
we were
asking you,
losing
Freddie.
time. I don't have any opinions about that. I think
That's-
that either way.
Franny, Franny, I don't. I'm sorry. Did you just say I don't have any opinions about that?
I don't. It's fine either way. If you
Yeah.
guys are making nice and stuff, I'm here for that. And if you're not, then I'm ready to go.
All right. Well, listen, if you want to tell me what's wrong, that's fine. If you don't, that's fine too. Just tell me what you want to do, and I will back you up.
I don't know.
All right. Listen,
But-
I don't gotta know why to have you back, okay?
I know it's not about that. It's about I don't know. I guess it's about keeping the peace. Like if we push Mama to do what she doesn't want, then none of us are going to be happy. So and we're together. So we got to just either we have good reason to go or we stay because that's what she wants to do. So it doesn't really matter.
Well, that sucks. Hey, do you notice his general store got your wife's name on it?
Yeah. Yeah.
It doesn't have the wife's name on it, but it does have a drawing of an iris.
Yeah. It
Oh,
has,
that's
yeah.
sorry.
Yeah.
Hey, you notice the iris up there?
I very much did immediately. Yes.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. You want to go in, see what's up?
Yeah. I don't know if do you remember Katie at all?
Oh yeah.
Red
She used to
hair.
love giving me licorice.
She's the only other person with red hair and all of
Yeah, she gave me
Wait,
candy
what
all the
did you
time. It was
just
great.
I want to give you like a
betrayed
grit for the callback, didn't I?
every
Did it in episode
moment.
1, right? That's yeah. Okay, I'm gonna give Max a grit for the
Listen.
callback there. That's great.
Everyone on this fucking planet likes me except the flywheelers.
Also, +1 grit to Paige from Trib. saying, I can't tell you how much I love Paige. And then +1 grit to Paige from 10 saying, you know what you did.
Sure do.
Yeah, so you two walk into the Desert Bloom Garden and General Store. And you see, as you walk in, you can actually see like the back part of this building has big glass windows that look into the greenhouse that is kind of built onto the back of this. And you can see like vegetation that would like make a garden shop blush. There's like big, it's like a lot of fruit, like a lot of like very, very nice ripe like fruit that is like pretty hard to grow in this part of the Badlands. Like they would need some they would need some pretty advanced hydroponics. They'd have the orange and green things. Yeah.
Fuck. I'm so poor.
And then in between here and that garden, you see just like a very nicely like set up general store with a couple like islands of like rectangular like shelves that like have a few different things, various machinery cube, various things to make up a machinery cube, a tech cube, first aid cube, as well as like just like some random unique general goods, stuff like that. And then on the other side there is like the garden with tons of fruit and flowers. And as you walk in, where did I write my notes? I've lost my mind. Anyways, you walk in and you see a young man, like early 30s, maybe. Looks up. He's got like a like kind of a long mustache. His hair cropped like really, really short. Glances up from like some books he was keeping. And says, howdy, welcome. Can I help you find anything in particular?
We're passing through town and find ourselves at a little bit of a disadvantage in the Spurs arena, and I was wondering if you buy as well as sell.
Absolutely. Friendly drifters here. What do you got to trade?
I mean, I don't know how useful they are to you, but I've got these containment manacles. I've also got a retractable ladder and footbridge, and 2 tech cubes.
All right. Well, I mean, the containment manacles are a little bit. I mean, you may want to talk to the sheriff. Maybe he's interested in taking them off your hands. Not a ton of action around here on the outskirts.
I know that's they're sort of odd. I'd give them to you for a song.
Yeah, I mean, if you need them taken off your hands, if you're that hard pressed, I mean, I can figure something out. Let's set those aside for a second. He kind of like moves them off. He looks at the tech cubes, and he goes, "I definitely can use this." Tapping the retractable ladder and footbridge. What's the quality on that?
It's excellent quality.
Okay. So he goes, yeah, I mean, for that alone, if you're just needing spurs and you don't want to trade.
I mean, I'm not sure what my fellow travelers need. I'm all right with everything that I've got. So I think maybe we'll be back. But actually, fuel cubes if you've got them.
I mean, this here is worth at least 2 fuel cubes. That's for sure.
I would take that trade.
All right. Yeah. Deal.
Okay.
Sets it down and he goes, and for these for the tech stuff, I can top it off with, let's call it an even 5 spurs for all that.
Okay, that seems that's fair, right?
Yeah. I mean, he's basically like 2 fuel cubes is not quite the like is not like he's gonna be able to flip that footbridge for like a profit on this for sure.
That's fine. That's fine.
So like it seems like he's trying to balance it out by saying like 5 tech, like for the tech cubes 5 spurs, like balances it out a little bit.
Right. Well, that's I appreciate it. Thank you very much for
Yeah, absolutely. Fuel cubes right under there in that middle cabinet here.
perfect. I'll grab 2.
And he goes to the register, pulls out 5 spurs, looks to like Max and like holds them out.
I actually like almost immediately after we got in, you said there was a big window looking at a cool
Oh,
thing.
sure,
So
you're back by the garden.
I went to the big window and I looked at the cool thing.
He sets it on the desk then.
Yeah, I'll take them. I mean, I could attempt to sell these to the sheriff too, if you like, but also if you want to sell them to the sheriff, or I know that you've got the your nomad pack comes through in a little while. If you think they could use them,
Well, I ain't really sure if the sheriff necessarily needs anything like this. I don't need to be a middleman there. But if you're needing this, I mean, I can. If nothing else, there's parts here that can be salvaged. I can break this thing down into some pretty good components. I mean, you got the anti-grav emitters here, and whatnot. I'll probably have Stable Master take a look at it, tell me what's worth what. But I mean, if you're needing spurs on hand, I can probably give you like 8 spurs for this. And I'm not giving you too fair a deal, but it's what I can offer. After I tear this thing apart, it's only gonna be worth so much.
could you make it 9?
I can make it 9.
All right, deal.
So he adds 9 more spurs on top of your 5 spurs.
And what was your name, sir?
Fornell, John Fornell.
John. Shake his hand. It's a family business.
Yeah. Well, hell, my family's been around here. We ain't traveled too far. But yeah, I mean, we were here at the very beginning. My like great grandma or something was a sheriff, mayor, judge, jury, executioner, you name it. The legend says that she did everything around here. She set this place up by herself. But what she definitely did is passed on some of the tricks. And he taps on the window behind him, like leading to the garden.
I think fully. Listen, I gotta talk right to the stream. Listen, everyone's doing such a great job of being like, oh no, we're not from around town. We're not from around blah blah blah. No, we're not telling anybody. Max fully goes, oh shit, Katie was sheriff.
What was that? Sorry, he says like to the glass.
Just that's sheriff, and in addition, all that other stuff seems like a lot.
Yeah. Oh, hey, careful with that. He says, like shouting over to Max as you're like looking at the different fruits.
Yeah.
You damage the vine, you'll have to buy it.
Oh shit, sorry. Nah, hey, listen, I'm trying to be very. Hey, do you know what these are called, by the way? Actually,
the green and orange fruit.
Yeah.
It's from the wastes. Let me just see what happens if I type this in. Yeah, that's a Judas.
A Judas. Weird. They're very good.
Yeah. It's it ain't necessarily from around here. Hey, you know what? You go ahead. That one right there you was touching. Just go ahead and you pull it right off at the vine. It will be delicious. That thing's ripe as hell.
Oh fuck! This is so good, Franny. You gotta try this. This is so good.
I'm okay. There, I've had
Franny,
them.
come on.
No, I'm not hungry.
It's right off the vine.
I
Franny, there's no way you've ever had one right off the vine. You didn't go anywhere.
You dip that in some honey. It's a hell of a treat.
Oh, that's good. I bet that would be good.
We got honey right over there.
Hey, listen, don't twist my arm or nothing. I go to the honey.
maybe we'll be back some more of those for sure.
Sure.
You I see that you got like an iris on your sign, and I only noticed because I have it's my favorite flower.
Oh hell, that's almost exactly the same. Let me take a look at that. He like says like takes your
Yeah.
arm and like looks at it and he goes, "That's almost the exact same design." Wow. Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess there's only so many ways to draw a flower.
Yeah, so
But
there's no special meaning or nothing. Just a
heck, I
just a
don't know.
happy quinkadink.
I mean, it's been that way since I was a kid. As far
Sure.
as I know, that's been up there. You know.
Well, I guess all the plants and whatnot.
Yeah,
Yeah.
before my time, my those was founded, right? We
Right.
set up the general store in the garden, and I guess I mean as far as I know, that sign's just been here for God generations.
Well, you're lucky to have it. This is
I mean it's nice.
Wonderful establishment. So,
Yeah, I try to. We I think when I was a kid, it got touched up a little bit, so it might be due for it. I think it might be a little faded now. I ain't checked on it in a minute. Might as well take a look. Keep it going, you know, family tradition. I mean, what we got?
It's a foundation of lots of small towns, just like this one. Well, thank you kindly for your time.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you're sticking around in town any longer, and you need some, you know, small like another Judas or
Sure.
you know, little sample of honey or whatnot. I mean, I feel I can only buy this for so much. I mean, I understand you
No,
need the spurs.
I
but-
understand. I'm pressing it on you, so I understand. I happy to receive any amount of generosity.
Yeah, I mean, help yourself to some candy on the way out too. We got licorice, and
Max,
shit, you got
can also
licorice?
take some
Cinnamon.
candy.
Yeah, Franny, can you grab it? I'm sorry, there's no way to eat honey
Sure.
and not be a mess.
Okay.
hell of an appetite on that one, huh?
Yeah. Never stop eating. I'll grab some licorice and be like, John, right?
Yeah, John. Yeah, John. Family name. You actually now that I think about it, Katie had a brother in Fenton named John.
Right. That's my favorite. Franny.
Pleasure to make your acquaintance there, Franny.
And I will force Max out as Max is like, I'm covered in honey.
Is there like, oh god, is there like a basin? I'm just a mess. It's
You
so
can just
good, Franny.
use the trough. Use the horse trough.
Oh, but horses put their mouths in there. I say, it's like, put my hands in it. You don't know what's in a horse mouth. It could be anything.
It's probably cleaner than whatever else you're touching.
Hey, that's okay. All right, Miss Sassy Pants.
I'm Miss Sassy Pants. All right. Well,
Did that dude say that Katie was mayor sheriff?
yep. And also established the store and kind of did everything, which is exactly what I told her to do.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like she did good.
Yeah. I knew she had it in her. Good for her. And
Miss
she,
Wills. You turn
Sheriff?
and you see trotting through holding some papers is Sheriff Bacchus. And he goes, "You're never gonna believe it. Check it out here." And he hands out, like he folds back a few pages. He goes, here's copies of censuses taken all the way back to the founding of the town. You said your mother was a historian, but I just took a glance early on because I thought I heard the name Wheels before, and sure enough, like right at the beginning when it's like taking like town assets, it just like mentions like Will's estate, and it's like held for a couple of years before it's like marked as like disseminated into the town.
Wow, I guess we might have some relations with the town. That's fascinating, Sheriff.
Looked like he wasn't barking up the wrong tree, but I was just surprised. I mean, that goes all the way back to long ago. You said you was from the Waste, right? So I guess it makes sense. Someone somewhere down the line just wandered on up here and helped set up a town.
That's nutty.
Yeah, well, anyways, those are yours to keep.
Thank you. Appreciate it very much.
Nah, it was a little interesting to go through them. I mean, all sorts of I ain't ever looked at these before. It's just, I mean, I've been filing in the cabinet for a while, but I ain't ever looked at the ones before because, it was,
You ain't got cause. I get it.
Yeah, years and years ago. But this is near on 200 years ago. Someone from you, and then you just, are you sure you didn't know coming into town you had relations?
No. Mm-mm.
Go ahead and roll manipulate one more time.
Great. It's gonna think I'm a fucking criminal just like everyone else. 4 days.
You are up against an 8.
Oh, that was close. I have a 9.
So 1 net success?
1 net success.
Okay.
No, I'll twist the knife and make it 2, and now I can take grit. You're welcome, everybody.
Yeah, so you say no, and he goes, yeah. Sometimes the world just seems small, don't it?
Happy accident. 6 degrees, I guess, is what they say.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it could be just any old wheels, but either way, hope your ma enjoys it. Did you decide how long you and your family are staying in town?
There's a little dispute. My folks were nomads once, and they think that they can catch up in Red Post if we leave pretty soon. Otherwise, we're around here for a while.
Hope you have a hell of a vehicle. Past that much travel that far in that amount of time. I mean, it ain't impossible, but I ain't ever seen a nomad pack move like the Riveteers.
I'm looking forward to it either way. But I'll keep you in the loop, Sheriff.
Sure thing. You know where to find me.
I do.
Hey, I'm Max.
This is Max, my sibling.
Oh.
Yeah, I ate shake, but I got horse water hands because I was eating honey earlier, and he can't eat it without being a mess. You get it.
Honestly, he touches his beard. He goes, I understand.
Yeah,
so
you get
well.
it.
Yeah, no, but it makes such good honey in there. They got bees in the back of the garden. I mean, it just they get it fresh
They got
there.
fucking bees back there?
Yeah, I mean, that thing is like a little cut of the world in there. It's like its own little wonderland. I mean, here you look out, basically a muddy creek is all we got, and then back there it's just paradise.
Hey, I've been to a lot of general stores. That one's maybe the best.
Well, hey, I appreciate that. I'll make sure to pass that along to John.
Yeah.
All right, well, hey, I'll leave you to it. You go ahead and sort out your things, and you just let me know if you're sticking around town for a little while. I'd like to know, how many heads I got to look after.
Will do.
And then he heads back towards the sheriff's office. He actually takes 2 steps back to towards the sheriff's office and goes, and now you got me craving it. And he goes walking into the general store.
You gotta put it on the Jonas.
Oh, wow, you think I don't know?
I lean over to Franny. Honestly, seems like a nice dude. You could out-sheriff the crap out of that guy.
Thanks, Max. I can't. I don't know what to, that's a.
It's just a compliment. You got it.
Yeah. No, okay. Ugh.
Why does that compliment make you so uncomfortable?
I don't know, Maxie. Just leave me. And I walk not fast away so that Max can 2 steps, and then Max can catch up. Because
all right, hold on. I still got honey on my hands.
Yeah, the 2 of you are able to rejoin Cleve and Paige in the saloon.
right. As soon as Max finds I'll stick the licorice in Max's back pocket or something. I don't want to carry it. It's for Max.
Listen, I burn a lot of calories just existing. I gotta keep fueling this machine.
Yeah. Speaking of fuel, Paige and Cleve, you see Franny walk in with 2 fuel cubes that she sets down by the front of the like saloon. And I guess you don't see the 14 spurs that she has in her pocket.
Yeah. Are you do y'all want to? Did you guys talk about what we're doing at all? What the result is?
Oh my god. Fran, how did you get all these?
I bought 'em.
With what?
Money.
All right.
No, you didn't.
It's worth money when you trade things. I could have just taken the money and then bought them.
Yeah, all right. Oh,
Stuff I didn't
listen.
need, Mama. Don't worry about it. We're gonna need fuel either way. They had some. I took it.
Paige gives like, I can't do it because I'm not a mother, but this works and is fine, but I am disappointed in you. Look that moms know how to give. It's like, all right. I mean, if the consensus is we're going to catch him up, then it's Red Post, right?
That's right. We can get there, and I can even check. I can make a launch off the bus and make sure that they're going to be there before we get there. And then if we have to adjust course, maybe we have to catch them ahead. He's doing this just to impress Paige too. This is what I've decided. Is he knows that Paige is valuable, thinks this is valuable, so he wants to know. He wants her to know that she's taught him something. Yeah. What is it, Maxie? What?
You gotta chill the fuck out.
I'm chill.
So do y'all want to sleep on the bus or do you want to sleep here? When would we leave now? Also, they said that the flywheelers are like
Riveteers.
no, not the flywheelers, the other ones.
Yeah, they said the
Riveteers
Riveteers were
were
fast
like-
as shit.
Very fast. Was that included in those calculations, Daddy? Just to make sure. I'm sure you did.
Oh, of course. You got to know your base speed before you even start.
And these calculations check out knowing that.
Yeah. I mean,
they're
he
very
has
fast.
he has their thing there. The thing that is impressive about the Riveteers is that they travel from New Fenton to Soldina in like a week. And most nomad packs, first off, that's not a track that they would normally like that's a large amount of space to gather. But they basically just like hit every town between those two places, and they do it so fast and efficiently that they don't lose a lot of time doing it. Which is the thing that is probably most impressive about it. They must have extremely fast vehicles and also a very very tight system of distribution that allows them to really, really cut down on how much time they spend stationary.
All right. I mean, yeah, we can go. But hey, I can't take first shift. I'm not. Your father's gonna have to take. I think first leg of this one.
Yeah, liquor's good
Hey.
for throwing darts, but not so much for driving your bus.
Hey, so listen, I know I'm not super smart, no math good, and other people can read a room better, but like it feels like everyone hates this plan, but also everyone would also hate the other plan. What is happening?
This is my plan, for the record. I don't hate it one iota. I'm just trying to do what's best for everyone. Is this a plan that people hate? Wait, does everybody hate my plan?
No, hon, nobody hates your plan. It's just that
We
we're
can stay. Hey, I don't mind. We can just hang out here. This is the bee's knees, and as far as I'm concerned.
we're all just sort of under a lot of pressure, and you know what? We didn't get quite as much information as the Grove as we could. I'll take on that one. You put a lot of trust in fate, but fate sort of glosses over a lot of logistics and particulars. And so, that's fine. We just sort of, we got a big thing that we're chasing after, and, we got a big end goal, but the roads in between, they're tough to navigate. Anyways, let's go ahead. And Paige takes a thermos off her belt and hands it to the bartender. It says, "Hi, yes. Can I just get a walk me down to go?"
Walk me down.
He looks at the thermos, looks at you, and he goes, "Here," and hands you a bottle that's about like the right amount. And he's like, "Just take it."
Thank you so much. And she just she grabs some fruit and just tosses it in there. It uses the top of the bottle to muddle it up. And pours in the bottle as they're walking. Like, all right, come on, everybody. Fills it, closes it, shakes it, pours the thermos cup, takes a sip out of it, hands the bottle of the thermos to Max.
Yeah, I mean, I can be solo whenever.
All right.
As they're leaving, I think Cleve just puts his hand on Franny's shoulder and just says, "And am I doing the right thing? Is this?"
No, I think this
this
is
what we
right,
should
Daddy.
do?
No, this is smart. The worst thing that happens is that we decide to drive back here with them, and then you guys love being in the Nomad Pack. This is fine.
All right. Maxie's got me second guessing myself. You know how they are.
Well, it's just because Mama had the thought of like a little family staycation here, so there's just a little bit of tension. But you guys are all right. It's fine.
All right.
All right.
I wait for a second, and then I go look at the picture up close for a minute, and then
Yeah, you see a lot of familiar faces. Like I said, it's like 13 or 14 years after you guys died. Is around the time that this town apparently became officially founded in Markham's Landing. And right there in front and center is Katie Furnell. You can actually see her brother John Furnell is in the picture as well. You see Patty. You see there it is. You see Raheem Post is not there. You see Candace Black, the triptych preacher. You see Royal Adams, the stable master. You see Werther Reed, the innkeep. And you also see Harlan Tanaka, the barber. And then a few faces you don't recognize, and then also a couple faces from the Nomad, from the Flywheelers. Like none of the higher ups, none of the old folks, but like a couple people from the Flywheelers that were a little more integrated into the community that seem to have like come this far to be here for like this event.
yeah.
And then a handful of people that you don't recognize as well. Like it looks like a pretty decent amount of your town stayed here and made something of it.
Okay.
And actually, when you look a little closer, you do see the sheriff badge on Katie's armor.
I look down at the like Apple magnet on my armor and hate it. And then I'll head to the bus.
Hey, Franny, Mom's doing like pre-drive checks, except she's extremely drunk. You gotta come quick.
Hey, I'm on my way.
Okay, now the tires. He, like kicks him and then like stumbles a little bit. That one's good. All right. Wait, we don't have tires. This is a hover bus. What am I doing? Max, I gotta go lay down. I think.
Oh,
Yeah.
Huh? Yeah, hon. Do you want to
Can I-
sit?
No, thank you, Mama.
Right.
I'll leave it to you. Actually, can I hold on to that for you? It looks like you might be dropping it.
Yeah. Oh no. 1 second.
Yeah.
I just.
Okay. Oh, one last. Great. I'll take it from there. We go. I got it. Okay, here we go.
All right.
Perfect. Mama, I can't see. I lost the book I was reading. Can you help me look for it in the bus? Okay.
Oh, did you get to the chapter?
I'm
Well,
almost there. I'm almost
unnumbered
there.
chapter.
The unnumbered chapter. Yep. Nope. Almost there. Come on, Mama. Why don't you tell me about it?
Yeah. So, well, I mean, I taught your father how to. And then they get the
Ooh. Yeah.
I help her into bed and lay her down, and just
Yeah.
she's telling me all about it, and I'm just not listening. And she
All right.
With a pillow.
Hold it.
As you're getting ready to leave, the sheriff just leans out on the porch and gives you like a tip of the hat as you go driving by.
Later, dude.
And the four of you start heading north by northeast. And and it's not too long before it's not going to take you guys too long to get like to the edge of the Piazza Basin, and then that's when like most of the settlements are gone. But yeah, so you guys are driving for a little bit. Franny gets Paige to sleep. Cleve takes for shifts. I'm not gonna micromanage the like who's at the wheel for a minute here. One thing I do want to know is so first I need a fuel test for the bus, because the bus needed some fuel and now has some fuel to potentially guzzle.
I had a premium fuel cube. What quality?
So
did you get?
if you basically ante up the premium fuel cube, you can have +2 to the target of the fuel test.
Yeah.
And then it's just if the fuel test comes up without the success, then the premium fuel cube is eaten instead of a regular fuel cube.
I'll use the premium fuel cube. It increases our odds by a cool 33%.
Can he fly his jetpack without premium fuel?
Oh no, yeah, that's right. You can't.
I can't.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, so we ante
use
up
regular.
the
I had diesel for the jetpack. All right, never
Yeah,
mind.
it's
then.
jet fuel.
You got 2, right?
I have 2.
Okay.
You can put jet fuel in anything, but some things need jet fuel.
Guzzle, guzzle, guzzle.
Okay, so you the
I marked
first
it out.
fuel cube goes away as you have enough fuel for the rest of the session by eating that fuel cube.
I'm really hoping when we get to Red Post, if I can get my hands on 3 fuel cubes and a tech cube,
and
then we could be in business.
you're heading up. The other thing I want to know is, Franny, you have all those papers and pages of the census. Is that just like sitting on a shelf, or is that like what you're occupying yourself with?
No, I'm
basically Paige is asleep, so it can't be like you handed it off to Paige.
I'm doing an investigate. I'm not very smart at it, but I'm gonna try to parse this.
I'll let you roll
These
either.
are this is the style that my records were in. I taught Katie how to do this.
Honestly, so you can have a +3 to this test, and you can roll an unmodified, unopposed, either lore or observe to just like look your way through it.
Okay. So unmodified lore or observe.
Yep, and you have a +3.
I have a +3. Okay. I'm gonna.
Because the first thing you do without even having to roll is you look back at the early entries, and they are in Katie's handwriting in the format that you used to use.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna make my own luck.
Okay.
Perfect. That is. Does it matter if it's lore or observe?
No.
Are they different? Okay, great. Then that's 4 hits.
Okay, 4 successes. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. So yeah, you're looking through. Basically, you see that like the first earliest records in. It looks like it maybe took the town roughly a year or 2 to kind of like start getting in the habit of keeping the records. But the first like handful of entries are all from Katie, and like this is a copy, but you can see like the like it's in Katie's handwriting, as Katie like annually is taking like a census and like, you know, just kind of like, this is a thing that a sheriff has to do and like kind of submit through the LRC to the governance of the territory to be like, this is how many people we have, so on, right? It's also on the sheriff to, at least the sheriff of small towns, to handle the reporting of any like big events, like, you know, estate mergers or anything like or any like big losses or anything like that. Big events that happen in the town that like have enough financial impact that they would affect that they would matter to the territory. But then also just in general, as in addition to counting their heads, they also have to count their dead. So what you see is that Cleopatra Lisi apparently never married. There's never a point in the record where you see that Patty was listed as being married at any point. However, Patty is listed as having sired a daughter named Nadia F. Lisi. And Cleopatra died at the old age of 82. And then you see also that Katie never had a kid, never married. Katie, you know, didn't, but John did. John had a kid. And you can see the line there that leads to current John in New Fenton. John the Third or whatever. And then Katie died at the age of 53, and her brother died at the age of 61. And you can kind of like, you're looking through, you're able to see the recorded deaths and everything. And just like any other, another thing that catches your eye is Ingrid Kumilican is listed as a residence for about 2.5 years before seemingly move on. They're not, Ingrid doesn't get reported as dead in New Fenton, so that implies that Ingrid left town after about 2.5 years. And then just like any other entry, like the sheriff like has to report like there's a bunch of like name unknown and age unknown, like bodies found nearby the town. That's like the responsibility of the sheriff, and like people who wandered into town and died, or like a drunkard who just got like shot in the saloon before anyone learned who the fuck they were. And like, you know, sometimes they're able to like identify them with the LRC tags, but if for whatever reason the LRC tags are not present, then like there's lots of names unknown and age unknown and stuff like that. Incomplete records of like deaths, never really incomplete records of residency. But like anyone who's like, you know, that the sheriff would need the responsibility of reporting to. They found like a bandit camp somewhere and there's like 5 unknown like individuals. However, as you're doing this, it's like the middle of the night on like the first day of travel. You're heading out. And you do see there's one entry from the year 269 of unknown woman, age 65 to 70. And as you read that entry and you kind of like are just like thumbing over it, like as you're like looking at like the pages, the moment you're like touch it with your thumb, you feel a kind of pull of energy on your chest where that mark is on your chest. And as you kind of get that pull, it's almost like there's a breeze kind of lifting you and pulling you northward. Like you're sitting, but you get the sensation of being like kind of like pulled north, kind of in the direction that you guys are heading. Like the sound of the engine, the sound of everything kind of goes away, and there's kind of like just like everything kind of fades out for a second. You see that name and you feel this pull in that direction, and you get the innate sense that you are heading in the right way. The other little bit of, you got 4 successes, so the other little bit of intuition you get there is that whatever is pulling you right now, the destination is not Red Post. You are heading in the right direction, but Red Post is not where you are suddenly feeling like you're being pulled.
Okay.
And that only lasts for like a second or two. You just kind of get that.
Is it urgent?
No, just kind of like I said, just like a gentle breeze, kind of like if you were a ship on the water, you would just start being moved in that direction. If you were a kite in the sky, the line would go a little tight as you were swung in that direction, as the wind seems to shift around you and push you in that way. But it's not like a torrent. It's not urgent. You don't feel an urgency. You feel a little bit of satisfaction that you seem to be heading in the right way. And also an inkling that your destination lies beyond Red Post.
Okay. Right. It's the middle of the night. I think at that point I sort of like, tie the papers back up in like the string that they're in or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't have like a bag or anything to put them in, but like try to put them on like a shelf where they're like safe. And I will close them up for the night. And Cleve is driving, right, Daddy? Yeah. Is Max awake? Or am I like alone with my little like airline like and on like a bench?
I feel like I'm maybe asleep somewhere that's clearly not where I'm going to go to bed.
But I'm not disturbing you. Okay. Right. I want to head up to the front of the bus and like sit in Cleve's seat, like, because like Cleve is in Paige's seat, so I'm gonna sit in like the like co-pilot seat or whatever. Hey Daddy, what's like north? What's north of Red Post?
Hold on, let me think. Hey Tommy, what's north of
Red
Post?
There's a lot north of Red Post. It's kind of midway up the planet.
How far north are you thinking?
I don't really know. I got like a weird. I don't know. I just got like a feeling that like north is the right way to go.
Is that what kind of is it like that feeling that we all got about the cut?
Kind of a little bit. I mean, like, I don't know. Like, I mean, I am illuminated and stuff. But, like, I don't know. I feel like it still feels like weird and superstitious. It's not a normal feeling. It sort of just felt like North was correct. And I didn't know if there was something remarkable.
You got the Cloudbreak Mountains, and then a lot of like, once you get a little bit north of Red Post and a little bit south of Soldina, there's not a lot of like settlements. It's kind of like an unlivable area.
Okay.
There's a lot of distance. Let me be clear. There's a lot of distance. There's like 2,000 miles, like as like the bird flies, like between Red Post and Soldina. But like, east of the Cloudbreak Mountains, in that area, there's fewer settlements than there are right now. There's a higher concentration of settlements north of Fenton and and south of the Piazza Basin, and then higher concentration of settlements north of the Piazza Basin and south of Red Post.
Sure.
Yeah, in terms of something specific, I'm just not sure.
Okay. So I don't really know the geography of places very well. So I just thought maybe there might be something, hey, evil doer here or something. I guess it's stupid when you say it out loud. Yeah, no. I don't know. I had weird feelings.
Yeah, when I was traveling as a younger man, I didn't get that far east, so it's not an area I know too well. But as far as the maps goes, I don't know.
No, that's fine. I mean, are you okay? Do you need like a coffee or anything?
Oh, I could use a little caffeine. I mean, I think I still got a few hours before your mind sobers up.
Okay. Yeah. No, I can make you some if you want.
Oh, honey, that's awful kind of you. Thanks so much. Make some for
And
yourself too. If I need, are you having trouble going to sleep?
no, I was reading.
Anything
So-
interesting?
No, I mean they're boring. They're records. I got some records from the sheriff of New Fenton that I was just paging through and seeing if there was anything, and then I got like a whole wibbly wobbly feeling, like a whoosh. I don't know.
Yeah, I like that. That's exactly what it feels like. A whoosh. Let's start calling them that. That's good.
Oh, I'm getting a whoosh.
I feel a
Hey,
whoosh coming
You know,
on.
we don't have another name for it, so I mean, right now, at least for you and me, let's do it. Yeah. So I was just, let me make you that. You know, I'm like setting up the coffee as I do it, and it's like, but I don't
actually
need to-
think I don't know what Paige and you think about this. I actually think that where there would be a glove box, that's probably where the coffee station is.
Yeah. Okay. I'm just doing it right there.
I love that.
Yeah. Yeah, there's always something in reach.
It's like an espresso machine, so it's like, yeah. Yeah. So okay. Yeah.
We could just continue the conversation. I was just thinking that might be cool.
Yeah, no, I think it's cool. I think it's cool. We can have a thing.
Okay. So, about 2 days into this journey, I'm gonna go ahead and assume Paige is at the wheel. It's during normal driving hours. You know, it's like coming out of the nighttime, and like Paige is like the one who's most comfortable with the bus is probably one who's gonna be driving during the weird hours because you know that's like when there's danger and stuff. About 2 days, it's like the sun is rising, Paige, I mean, go ahead and roll observe. You see something no matter what, but I'm interested. You got your eyes on the road, so let's go ahead and roll observe. We'll see how much you see. But one thing you definitely see for sure is columns of smoke. You're basically getting towards the northern edge of the Piazza Basin for almost like a day now. It's been just absolute wilderness, like straight up. Like you guys have seen like flocks of copperbirds. You've seen axe handle hounds. You've seen ache. You've had to dodge a few wassets here and there. The hover vehicle does a great job for assisting in the avoidance of wassets. But in general, it's just been like total. This is like as badlands as you can get here in the Piazza Basin. It's just like stretches of like dead lowlands.
Or to nothing, huh?
Yeah. Like,
Are you ready for this?
Like you fall asleep, you wake up, and it looks like the scenery outside is the same as when you went to sleep.
I believe that 1,000%. I played the gallery. Spending 2 grit to play the gallery. Are you ready for this, Tommy? You ready to hear this number I'm about to tell you?
Yes.
Are you ready to hear it?
I don't know.
I got 7 successes.
Snap.
Jesus, you see into the soul of the universe.
Yeah, I rolled 3 10s and 11s, and everything else was a success.
Yeah, okay, so you see some columns of smoke. You see some columns of smoke. You guys are basically, I'm assuming, just doing a straight line as much as you can from Fenton to Red Post, which once you get in the Piazza Basin is actually really easy. You don't have to veer at all. There's not a lot of like obstruction in the terrain across the Piazza Basin, but you're getting near the end of the Piazza Basin. The horizon is actually starting to get a little closer as like the elevation is getting a little closer, but you're still within the Piazza Basin. And around like off in the distance, Paige, you spot it super fast, like through the haze of like the early morning heat and everything. You see like smoke, and let's go ahead. Do you have a fucking thing you like are able to pull down, and like a telescope that you're able to pull down and look further ahead? And like, you know, a little targeting computer that that you pull down and look ahead, and you're able to see like what looks like, as you're getting closer, speeding up towards it, you're able to see there's wreckage there. And with 7 successes, like the closer you get, the easier you're able to identify. It looks like this wreckage is at least 3 like car-sized vehicles that seem to have been blown up by what looks like there's like trenches in the ground that would indicate that they drove over mines and exploded. The wreckage is kind of spread out, so it doesn't look like these vehicles were driving in a tight formation. In fact, you're able to immediately assume these are Riveteer vehicles that were part of a formation that happened to trigger bombs. And as you're pulling up, you might, as maybe you're waking people up as this happens, I don't know, but like basically as you're getting closer, these are the things you're able to get really quick without even having to like look too hard for it or like ask me any questions. The other thing you're able to discern is that like the wreckage is pretty strewn out. It looks like there hasn't been like, it looks like the pack continued moving beyond this point. Because you can see in the wreckage bodies, and you can see at least one, like it looks like you can see the signs of like other vehicles maybe scooping things up from this wreckage, vehicles that were potentially behind this explosion. You can see the marks of like you know, scoops like ripping up parts of the ground that look like maybe there was something there that got like yoinked up as vehicles continued moving forward. But you do see at least one like cargo crate that's like strewn against like some of the wreckage off to the side. Those are the things you're able to see like upon approach, and you have like plenty of warning as you're getting closer to, like as you're spotting these things, you have plenty of time to like wake up the family.
Sure. I have a few questions.
Yeah.
So the hover bus shouldn't have any issues with landmines, right? First of all,
that's not necessarily true. Landmines are they're of the time, so they do account for hover technology to a degree. But with 7 successes, like you see the transit of other vehicles through this area. It looks like there were 3 mines that blew up at least 3 vehicles. You see that there were definitely other vehicles that passed through. And you placed this event probably 1 to 2 days prior to your arrival. Like the wreckage has been smoldering for a couple days now. And the smoke is basically almost dissipated at this point.
Cool. So is the wreckage close together? Are these cars close together? Are they sort of far apart?
Most people would call them probably semi far apart. They're not very far apart from each other, but if we were talking lanes of traffic, they'd be like a lane or 2 apart from each other each.
Okay. And this like probably looking around, you can tell like there's like no vegetation. Basically, there's like a lane. Like this is the normal Riveteers route.
Yeah, that's what it would seem like. Like you see, like the crash pattern of these things upon explosion shows that they were going at high speed. They were not moving cautiously. They were full confidence driving in this direction.
Yeah, but it's like easy to see this is the Riveteers route, basically.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like,
yeah.
Okay.
There's no doubt in your mind that these are Riveteer vehicles. If nothing else, based on like the length of the destruction from the crashes.
Sure. Yeah. No, I mean basically like if someone wanted to mine the Riveteers, to landmine the Riveteers, they would know they'll be coming through here. Like it's easy to see this is their path. Like if I set them here, they'll be here.
Nomad packs do switch it up from time to time, depending on exactly what direction they're coming from. But like this is it looks like this is a pretty open and easy stretch of land. And it definitely looks like these bombs were placed in this path. Like you can look further to the side and it doesn't look like the Riveteers they were just doing a straight shot, right?
Yeah. So what's in this crate?
Okay, so you're gonna have to like stop the vehicle and everything to that. So I assume you wake up the family as you're like slowing down to investigate further?
Hey, y'all, we got some Riveteers here. Looked like they ran into some mines. Looks like someone was hunting.
Franny does not immediately wake up.
When I hear mines, I do activate Hulk.
Okay.
It's not like broadly applicable to mines, but you never want to be less strong if someone's trying to kill you.
Hey,
Plus
couldn't
1
we-
grit to Franny from 10, saying 10 is greater than max grit.
Oh, that's a very good Hulk.
If we Tommy, if we stop, is it gonna like significantly affect our chances of catching the Riveteers?
Hard to say. I guess it depends on how long you stop. You basically stopping probably means you don't necessarily catch them in red post. But you know what their path, what their route is, and there's plenty of other settlements you could catch them if you have to shoot past red post. Because they have to actually veer their route a little bit westward to hit red post before they veer back to clear the Cloudbreak Mountains to make their way up towards Soldina. So like this stop maybe takes, depending on how long this stop takes, it may take red post off the table, but it doesn't take off any of the other like smaller settlements that you might be able to catch them at.
How about this? I feel like I got enough successes to call this, but basically I could get Cleave as we're pulling up to this, maybe a couple hundred yards out. I could rouse everybody and have Cleave go scout that, investigate for a little bit as we keep driving, and have Cleave catch up on his jetpack.
We could either do that, or we could do I guess if we were in a boat, it'd be an overboard exercise where we just try and pick everything up on the way. But if you want me to stop and take a look, maybe that's the better option.
Yeah, I don't know if we're, and then there's also like there's a couple motorcycles that are usable.
Is this debate like? Are you guys having this debate right now? Or?
Yeah, we can do this. Hey,
hey,
Cleve, can you go? Hey, can you go scout that out, hon? There's some mines around. We gotta be careful out here.
Are we gonna not? This is a pack we're trying to meet, right? And somebody blew them up, and we're gonna drive by.
I suppose we could catch them at one of the later.
I mean, they're coming back this way, right? Unless they're dead, in which case. Sorry, did you say mines? We're gonna just drive by? I feel like I can't be crazy here. Like that's nuts.
What do you want to know, Max?
We should stop and see what the fuck's going on. Somebody blew up the Nomad pack we're trying to meet up with.
Sure. Yeah. No, I mean, surely they'll be grateful for the information. Okay. Let's stop then. Everyone be aware. I don't see any mines around here anymore. If you stay to the tire treads, you should be okay.
Hey, where's Franny? Hey, Franny. And I go over to Franny.
Yeah.
Hey, there's mines.
As soon as you like touch her and shake her to wake up, she does awake. But Franny, as you're being pulled out of your sleep, you are the part of the dream you're able to remember is standing in like an empty void and seeing countless reflections of yourself forward and behind you, no matter how you orient yourself. And then you wake up.
Yeah. Don't do that. Why are you so close to my face?
There's mines, okay? I'll wake you up more gently when there's not somebody blowing up Riveteers, okay?
What? Okay, hold on. Okay. I get up. Okay. I find I reach over for the piece of papers that are the papers that I the records, and I just write endless void, lots of me ? And then I flip it back over, and then
so begins Franny's crazed scrawls.
Writing a dream journal? I just told you there's mines.
I get it. Okay, I'm sorry. It was fine. I was very dreaming. Okay, and I grab my gun, and I'm like, okay, so they blew up. Oh, did they blow up? Are the mines? Mines
you look out.
up?
You're able to see the wreckage
No,
that
they're
the
not.
bus
Okay,
is opposing.
yes, they are. Okay, okay. And I'll climb up on top of the bus with my scoped gun and look around to see if there's anything on the horizon, because I have enhanced sights just to see that we're not this isn't a trap
Sure.
more than it already is.
Yeah. Go ahead and roll observe.
Okay.
And was Cleve, were you kicking your jetpack into action, flying ahead of the bus, or is everyone kind of arriving at the same time?
Oh, I suppose I could do that. Yeah. Just to make sure. Yeah, that's smart. He's a scout. He's gonna scout it.
I think when Cleve starts to like get out to take off, I'm like, hey, listen, all right. I know you guys don't like the things that I do, but I've been a drifter for a while, all right? You don't gotta pack out here to cover your ass while you go flying out to look at where mines blew somebody up, okay? Be smart. The world's fucking dangerous, and you don't got 30 dudes with guns ready to shoot whoever looks at you funny.
Now, Maxie, your dad can take care of himself, all right?
Your father is quite the scout, but no, Clevey, I think
No,
Max is
it's-
right on this one. It's a good call for us to stay together.
Listen,
It's a
Franny's
good
taking a
point.
look around from here to see if anyone's trying to clap us, okay?
I got 4 successes.
Okay, what's your highest?
13.
Cool. Franny, you're looking around, right? The bus is approaching, kind of like slowing down. Again, Paige, you are 100% confident there's no more mines around here. You got 7 successes on observe. It
I
looks
got
like
7 successes, and there's an ambush of any kind, TBH. I'm gonna be a little miffed.
you weren't rolling for that. You were rolling for
That's fair. That's fair.
you have unparalleled information on what occurred with this explosion.
I should have detect life at long range right now.
You're very confident that there's no what's the word I want?
Mines?
That there's no mines. You were able to see like the tracks of, like, even though they're older tracks, you were able to see the tracks of the Riveteers. You think these were the only 3 mines that blew them up.
Are there any tracks to or from this car from like non-Riveteers?
For something like that, you do have to stop the bus and like kind of like extend your like or drive the bus more around, right? This is the information you've gotten driving up. At this point, anything else you have to either stop and get out or continue to zigzag around.
We're gonna go up. We're gonna stop the bus.
Okay. As the bus like kind of pulls up and Franny, you're looking around, you're able to spot a handful of bodies scattered in the wreckage, Franny. You're able to spot the cargo crate, and also you do spot something a little bit off in the distance, just not too far, like one might say running distance from some of the wreckage. There's like some rocks and some shrubs, and you see a little bit of movement, and when you pull your scope over, you see there is a saddled horse there by like kind of like hitched behind the rock and the shrub, like pretty obscured, but not like obviously not so well hidden that you can't spot it.
Okay.
The door to the bus opens up. Paige and Cleve and Max, and I guess Cleve, you go flying off. You're not.
You're muted.
You're, not,
Muted.
you're muted.
You're muted. We're here, right? I mean, I guess you know what? I will try and get a bird's eye view just to see if I can get an idea of what happened down there.
Cool. Go ahead and roll the fuel test for your jetpack as you kick up into the air to get like a nice like high up view here. And you go ahead and roll an observe test for me as well.
Sure. Tommy, is this Lost Nomads of Phandelver?
You know what? It's been so long since I played Lost Mines of Phandelver.
I'm running it this weekend.
Honestly, I would just like Tommy to stop doing bad things to the Riveteers.
Life of the Nomad Pack is hard sometimes.
I roll for 17s for my fuel, and I rolled an 18. I'm very upset.
Play the guitar.
Ladies, I can't. No,
I
you can't.
right?
No, you can't.
I would, but I can't. God damn it.
Okay. I will just like lean down to Max and just be like, "Hey, we have company of some kind. You should maybe stay with Mama." and I'm gonna maybe try and sneak over there and see if I can't get a better look. What do you think?
mm,
You can get to me in like 14 seconds.
yeah, but a lot can happen in 14 seconds.
I
Hey,
know.
listen, I trust you. You're capable. If you think you got it,
There's just a horse over there, and I don't know
that's
what that
fucking
means.
weird.
Right? So I just want to see what's
You-
going on.
You think he's in on it?
Maybe. The only way to know is to look. Just listen.
Yeah,
Mom is
no,
like,
they're fucking goofballs who don't know
Okay.
what the fuck's going on anymore. I got them. Don't worry.
okay.
Cool. So Franny basically starts moving towards. You're moving in that direction, right, Franny?
In that direction, but maybe like this way.
Yeah.
Like
You are being smart and cautious, and like if there's
Yeah.
cover, you're moving along cover. I get it. So
Yes.
Franny,
swinging along the bay.
yeah, checking corners.
Yeah.
So Franny starts making her way, kind of left, from the direction of the way like the bus is parked. Paige and Max kind of step out, and Paige, you see something to the right. Which as you kind of like are looking around trying to see if there's other tracks or anything, you wander over there and you see on some of the wreckage here, there's like spray paint, it looks like. And Cleve, you go up in the sky, you see Franny kind of moving. I don't know. Is Franny going like full SEAL team, like gun at the ready, or is Franny kind of like
I have
casually?
Yeah, I haven't decided if I'm carrying my rifle or my pistol. But I may be doing the police walk thing where you like have your hand on. I know.
So
Have your hand on your
so
I think I do have a moment after Franny gets too far away for me to say anything, where you go, I should have told her to get shiny out there. Fuck. God damn it. It's so automatic for me. I forget that other people don't just do it.
So Franny, maybe you have like your like rifle like slung over your shoulder, like so you could like get it off really quick if you need it, and then with the other hand on the pistol.
Yeah, that seems good.
As like Franny's walking, you see that, Cleve. You see Paige kind of walking over to investigate some of the more intricate parts of the wreckage. Max, I assume, kind of like staying near
Honestly,
Paige for protection
From a
purposes.
bird's eye view, you see Max trying to gauge like where I gotta be that I think I could get to anybody.
It's like a couple paces behind Franny, behind Paige, looking over towards Franny, like
God.
Are you doing anything active, Cleve? Or are you just kind of taking a bird's eye view? What did you get
I
on
did
your
the
observe test?
Sorry,
Yeah.
that's what I was waiting for. Yeah, that's it's a high of 9.
Okay. Yeah, so you also spot the horse that Franny spotted.
Okay.
Like
If I
way off in the distance, and it's generally in the overall direction that Franny is walking. There's a lot of distance between Franny and that horse. There's wreckage in between Franny and that horse. But like you see that seems to be the general direction that Franny is moving.
I'm gonna make sure that I can keep an eye on Franny, and I'm gonna fly towards the horse. Maybe not directly, because I just I want to have some semblance. If I head right towards the horse and there's somebody there with the horse, then they're probably gonna shoot right at me. So I'm gonna like circle around and
Sure.
Kind of.
So Cleve starts making like a sweeping like perimeter like check, kind of making his way towards the horse. Overhead, Franny, you see that. Paige, you walk over and you see this spray paint on the wreckage. It is pretty fresh. Like you placed this wreckage at about somewhere between a day and 2 days, somewhere in that bracket of time. This paint looks like it was put up like at most like 10 hours ago. Very fresh, completely like separate from the wreckage. You see this like kind of like circular pattern drawn in red and gold spray paint, and you got 7 on observe. Normally I would have someone roll a lore test, but I'm gonna go ahead and take some of your observe and just like shove it into lore.
I can roll the lore test up.
Yeah, no.
I'm fine.
So you know that this mark that you're seeing is a scavenger glyph. There's like kind of this like in various parts of the world, the glyphs are slightly different. There's like it's almost like this kind of like It's like almost
like a regional dialect.
It's like you could say it's like similar to like Thieves' Cant in D&D. Like there's like this thing where like scavengers like kind of like they are aware of the glyphs, they know the glyphs, and like the glyphs mean different things. Sometimes the glyph means like this salvage is spent. Like if you're picking bones because you're desperate, go for it, but otherwise don't waste your time. I've already gone through it, right? And then there's other glyphs that mean like it's too dangerous to scavenge here. If you're gonna scavenge, like get more people, right? And then this glyph means don't fuck with this scavenge. This is my salvage. I went to go get my friends. I'm coming back. This is my salvage. Fuck you. Like it's like a warning is saying like this is claimed. Is like what you're able to gather. It's like slightly different from the ones 200 years ago in the wastes, but common enough. Red and gold is like a pretty clear one where you're like, and it's a circular shape. This has got to mean that.
Interesting. Huh. Can I? Okay. Can I take a look at what's around to scavenge, like what's in this crate and whatnot?
Yeah. So first off, there's definitely at least 3 salvageable vehicles here that have like just, you know, that will take time to salvage, but are like a significant amount of like materials that could be reused. But when you walk over to the crate to check it out, first off, there's dead bodies around, so they probably have shit in their pockets. It doesn't look like anyone's really gone through them super heavily. They maybe been moved a little bit, hard to say, but like no one's like, it doesn't like no outside pockets or anything like that. No open packs. So whatever those bodies have on them. But you look inside this cargo crate and you see that it is a medical crate. And it has 8 first aid cubes, 6 tonics, and a med kit in it.
Oh.
Meanwhile, Franny and Cleve. Franny, with your observe, as you get a little bit closer to some of the wreckage, you hear some movement.
Okay. How like to the wreckage?
Yeah, in the wreckage. You hear movement.
Oh.
It's not like in a vehicle. Like the wreckage is kind of like the ground is torn up. There was big explosions.
Gotcha.
Like there's a lot of visual obstructions around here.
Cool. Hey, anybody there? I think I heard you.
All right, don't fucking shoot. All right.
I won't. Don't shoot me.
I ain't looking to take what's yours. You see a mechanical hand come around the corner, followed by a man who's wearing like a long like coat, kind of double buttoned. He's got like a wide brim hat and like a like scarf that he has like kind of pulled up. He looks a little sooted. Looks like he was maybe rummaging through the stuff. He goes, "You can have your salvage. It's all fine. I ain't looking for a fight here." You do see that as he says, "I'm not looking for a fight," he fully steps around. He does have 2 guns on his hips and like either a rifle or some kind of projectile weapon slung over his back. But he's got his like arms up.
All right. I ain't looking to fight neither. If we don't mean each other any harm, you can put your hands down.
All right. He pulls down his mask, and it's a relatively handsome man in his like maybe mid-30s, dark hair, kind of kind-looking eyes. He pulls off his hat and like pushes back like some of the sweat in his hair as he kind of like adjusts himself, and holding the hat in one hand, he like lowers his hands. He doesn't like fully lower them a little bit. He goes, "What's your name?"
I'm Franny. What's yours, friend?
Yen.
I fall in love with him. No.
He is very handsome. You can see he's got a very good physique. You also do see a wedding ring on his finger.
That makes sense. He's also definitely not my type. If you're not salvaging, what are you doing out here?
All right, just looking into what happened here. No, don't shoot. I'm a marshal, he says, and he flashes a badge. Go ahead and roll discipline for me. You can have a +5.
For how weak in the knees Franny goes?
No.
For how weak in the knees I go?
Listen, Leonard Yan is smexy.
You're up against an 11.
I'm so sorry. I was not. What am I? Discipline.
Discipline at a +5.
At a +5. Okay. Well, maybe something will happen then.
If you're so
Check him by
flustered,
the
you
time
forget
dies.
you're rolling discipline against a hot man.
I married this man in a previous life.
I know.
We've all lied about who's cops. All right.
I miraculously, because of the plus whatever,
5.
got 5. I got a 13.
Okay, cool. So 1 net success.
1 net success.
You don't know the validity of that badge or not, but you know, like, this dude's not, like, this dude might have been a lawman, but he is not a lawman right now. The speed at which he flashed that, you think that he's trying too hard to assert that authority here.
Sure.
It is a trick that you learned early on, is that people get really defensive if you immediately hit them with the I'm a sheriff thing. But over time, you know that the risk is not worth the reward, right? Because oftentimes if they get defensive, they get twitchy. But in this instance, this guy is like, this is one of the cards he has to play right now.
Right.
So like, you don't know if that's his badge, if he's but like what you do know is that like he's probably, if he's a lawman, he's not anymore, just like you.
Great. I'm gonna go, well, aren't we peas in a pod? And I'm gonna take off my little apple magnet and stick it like on like another part of the fucking armor.
I'm sorry, I believe you mean you say, well, how do you like them apples?
I do not say that because that's not how Franny talks, but I wish I did.
He goes, oh hell, and he relaxes a little bit and he goes, oh,
Yeah.
Leonard Yin, Alana Stead.
Franny Wills, Markham's Landing.
Shakes your hand and goes, city sheriff.
No, out tiny town nobody's ever heard of, called Fenton.
New Fenton?
No, in fact,
There's another.
there used to be.
Well, sheriff.
Marshall.
I don't mean to interrupt whatever it is. I'm like I said, I was trying to contact the Riveteers. I think this might be wreckage of the Riveteers.
Oh, it is. We've been following them.
Are they in trouble?
I mean, it certainly looks like it. We're trying to catch up with them. We're looking for a man called Roland Hollis.
He smiles at that. Can't help but like smile and grin at that. At this point, Cleve, you've circled around. You see like there is a horse there. There doesn't seem to be.
Also relaxed. We are just now cops talking.
Yeah. Both of you with your hands like on your like gun belts. Cleve.
This actually.
Yeah, you both are doing this thing. Cleve, you see there's no one else by the horse, and you also spot that Franny is talking to a man who has now hung up a hat on a piece of the wreckage as the two of them are chatting. So you're able to kind of zoom that direction if you like, or continue to investigate elsewhere, whatever you like.
I think you for sure hear the
Yeah.
He's down the land.
I mean, unless he's gonna crash into you, don't be alarmed. It's my dad.
Pleasure, sir. Leonard Yin.
This is Cleve Kumilican.
Pleasure to meet you.
So if this ain't your claim, then
no, we are. If this has been claimed, we are in maybe trouble. There might be a fight if they get back.
At that point, so Paige, you see the supplies here. And as you're like looking around, you see movement in the like fields around you. And you are not bushwhacked. Everyone else is. So I'm gonna roll some tests here and then we're gonna go on break, I think. Everyone get ready to roll initiative as initiative is happening.
I will die for Leonard again. I just want everybody to know that.
Listen, I don't want to. Listen, I get it. You 7 successes, whatever. I've been wary of shit the whole time we've been here.
To full like behind the screen, I rolled everyone's observed tests prior. Paige was the only one who succeeded. I let Franny re-up it because Franny actively looked for people. Same with Cleve, but neither of them succeeded.
Yeah, no,
anyways.
listen. If I gotta succeed on an observed test, that's all you gotta say.
Yeah, it's. I rolled everyone's observe ahead of time. Paige,
I succeeded.
you succeeded prior when I rolled this before the session started. But
for the smoke, but not for this right
Yeah.
now.
Correct. I mean, you basically like your 7 successes I might have counted, but you had already succeeded, so I didn't ask you what your highest number is because I knew that you had already won the opposed test that I rolled.
Okay.
Whereas Cleve and Franny actively looked for people, so I let them re-attempt to try and spot this potential ambush.
I got you.
But they did not roll high enough. Okay. So, Cleve, Franny, and Leonard Yen. Cool. First off, what did everyone get on initiative?
Oh, you said get ready. I didn't roll it.
Yeah, I didn't know we had to roll it.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. I said
I
go ahead and
totally
roll
rolled
initiative.
mine.
Go ahead and roll
Yeah.
initiative.
I have the best situational die. I don't know who these scavengers are, but I got their colors.
I rolled my initiative and
Fuck.
got potentially the best initiative I've ever rolled, which is a 11.
Wow.
4 plus 7 is 11, right?
That's insane.
Yeah.
Holy
Wow.
shit.
I rolled 3.
Hey, you better
12s.
hope you fucking kill the Kumilican twins, because I got a 10. And I ain't even turned on 6 cents yet.
I haven't even activated live. This is pretty good for me. After playing Eloise, where I would routinely get 2 or 3, this is amazing.
So Franny has 11, Max has 10.
I'm not gonna be embarrassed here. I'm gonna play the gallery so that I can count this 13.
Nice. I'm spending 2 grit to twist the knife, and I've got 7. It's an extra turn.
Come
Nice.
on. Man, I've rolled a 15, a 16, and a 19, and I just cannot win. Cleve's got a 6.
Cleve has a 6.
Lonely
That is a
old-
totally reasonable initiative.
Yeah, I mean, listen,
that's
Pop,
tough.
you're playing in the big leagues against sort of heavy hitters out here. A 6 is good.
I appreciate it.
Honestly, mine's a fluke. Honestly,
Okay. Perfect. For simplicity's sake, I'm gonna give all of you grit. All of you get 2 grit. As I'm going to spend
2 grit.
I'm gonna spend 8 grit to cowboy up twice. It's just easier. It's easier than being like, you have no idea what's happening. Like, oh, now things are happening. You can take your turn, right? It's just so much simpler. Let's see. So that puts Max and Franny at 12, I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
Don't
Right.
worry, I'm gonna use it for stuff.
This makes sense.
me too.
I'm gonna
Okay.
do stuff with it.
So now I don't have to worry about any of that. I can just do the thing. So, I'm just gonna do what happens immediately, and then we're gonna take a break. So, all of you, Paige, you can roll a defense test.
Yeah.
Am I allowed to bamboozle?
No, you're completely
Not on a bushwhack.
Sure,
Yeah.
right. Because like this, I'm not in the test. I
Yeah.
got it. Well, let it be known that if there's any bamboozling available to happen, I do it to the tune of 4. And whether or not my grit disappears, will tell us. That's fine. This is what I got all these fucking hit points for.
What is your highest right now, Paige?
It's right now. It's a 6.
Okay. As the aggressor, I will spend grit. Max, you're already maxed out. Paige, you get 1 grit. As I spend 2 grit to play to the gallery.
To count what?
A 13. That I count 2 13s actually, and I rolled another 13 off of them, so that's very good.
Okay, well then that seals it. I spend 2 grit.
Okay.
I count this 15.
Ooh. Okay.
Light armor, light armor.
Okay. So Max, so Paige, you see some movement and you have just enough time to like turn and duck, like maybe even to try and like turn and grab Max, but you don't quite get there in time as some projectiles go out at the two of you. And Max, you get a face full of like this bright white flash, and you are at a -6 to all like vision based tests.
Yeah, I got you.
You got
I
hit
know
with some
what's happened
blinding
to me.
shot. Similarly, Cleve and Franny and Yen get hit, and Cleve, Franny, and Yen are going to be at -6 to all visuals as well. That was 2 out of more than 2 of the bushwhacks. So continuing on. In addition to being blinded, again, you're not rolling defense tests on this except for Paige. In addition to being blinded, so you're all at -6 for vision-based tests for a round of combat. Both Cleve and Franny take 2 instances. So these are 2 separate attacks coming your way. 2 instances of 9 damage with 4 armor piercing.
Well, that's ridiculous. I clearly take an injury,
This
so I
makes
have
sense.
to take 2. Do I take 2 injuries?
Yeah,
or can
so
I just
you
take
basically,
one?
I'm trying to like expedite it. So it's 2 separate attacks coming out at you, both of which deal 9 damage with 4 armor piercing. So you can either take 2 injuries, you can take damage and take an injury, you can take
I think
no injuries and take 18 damage.
My armor just doesn't have
I
any
need
toughness. Actually,
I need a scrap paper. I don't know. Okay, so I only have 6 armor. But I need to know if my armor's broken the second time or not. So it's 9 damage -2 is 7. It
Mhm.
is. So but 9 damage is just but I can't. I hate this.
man.
I'm so bad at math at this moment. I take one of those as an injury.
Okay.
I can't take both because then I have no injuries to take.
Yeah, I
After
think I
that.
just don't want the negatives from 2 injuries. So Cleve's gonna do that too, just to be totally clear. This doesn't happen too often. 4 armor piercing means 4 goes right to the hit points, and then the rest of the 5 goes to the armor. So I can still have 1 armor. And
Oh, wait,
then
they
the
both
rest
have
of my hit
4
points.
armor piercing?
Yes.
I'm down.
No injuries?
Oh yeah. Fuck. I take 2 injuries.
Did you want to get out?
Yeah,
In front of your
just
new
take 1
friend,
injury.
Leonard Yap?
No. I have to impress this marshal because he used to be a marshal.
Right.
And also he has
Still-
information and I made friends. And this is the first friend I've made in 200 years.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm
Still
gonna
just a
roll.
class 1, luckily, right? Because you said
Yep,
9 damage.
yep.
So it's like barely.
These
a
are class 1 injuries coming your way if you take injuries. While that's going on the other side of the like strewn about wreckage, Paige, you see the movement that you have. You see as the scavenger like pulls off this tarp, and levies like a massive weapon at Max and fires at Max.
Yeah, I was sitting over here, and Tommy was like, "Yeah." So, anyways, they could get the small boys with the auto repeaters. They do 9 damage or whatever. Yeah. Show me the big boy who's coming for me, Tommy.
So Paige, like this is hitting Max no matter what. If you want, you don't have a shield. If you want, you can jump in the way. I'm only saying this because you have the option as the only person who can see what's going on. It's like you're getting hit if you step in the way because you don't have a shield. So I'm not recommending it necessarily, but you do see someone is about to shoot your blind child.
I mean, they better hope they fucking kill me.
No, because Paige has a plan.
Okay. So then in that case, Max,
Yeah, say the number.
I feel really bad about how well I rolled. Oh, wait. Oh, we're better. I was looking at the wrong weapon, and I was looking at a melee weapon, and as you know, melee weapons have very high accuracy, so I was like, holy shit!
Yeah. No, I imagined what's coming my way. If I can project my mind outwards to the future, it might be something along the lines of like 15 damage, 10 to 12 armor piercing.
Wow, that's really interesting you say that. I'm twisting the knife right now, and it is 15 damage with 10 armor piercing.
Yeah, that's what I thought, actually.
Or not twisting the knife, punching it. I'm punching it so I can do 15 damage with 10 armor piercing as a massive projectile bolt flies out and skewers Max like through the chest.
I reduce that to 11. I take 10 of that to my hit points. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And 1 of that to my armor. And lo and behold, much to this guy's misfortune, I am not dead.
Yeah. And that's that one. And then, this is going to be a tough one. I'm gonna just roll. It's just gonna be random between Cleve and Franny. Franny.
I would like to say that I'm prone right now.
How are you?
I have had a hard fall.
That's the injury you took? Yeah, Cleve, what are your injuries?
Oh, I'm just off balance.
Cleve, they're targeting you.
Yeah, that's fair. I understand
Franny went down. Cleve. I mean, yeah. Cleve, you just take 10 damage, 10 armor piercing.
Oh, is that all? Okay,
Yeah.
thank goodness.
I didn't
was
decide if I
worried.
wanted to punch it because I had more than 2 successes.
Yeah, okay, 10 damage.
10 of
I
which,
guess
all of which is armor piercing.
I will take a second injury. Thanks, Thomas. Boy, oh boy. Okay, so you know what? No, I need a. Which one's a good one? Hey, you come here, baby. I like you. Man, oh man.
If it makes you feel better, I would have probably died to that.
Probably. That's a 16, so not ideal. Compromised. I've got -1 reliability.
So your reliability, is that just in total, or on your next test?
On all your tests.
On all tests. Okay, I can remember if it was a class 2 or
All
class
my
1
tests.
injury you were taking.
I took the best. I took the lightest class 1 injury and the worst class 2.
So you have 1 fewer reliability on all tests, and also you are off balance, so your next test is a little worse. Franny is knocked prone. Franny and Cleve aren't able to see that. You both just see nothing but bright spots as these big popping flares popped right in your eyes. That is the opposition's turn. Franny, you will be up next after this break. So the Cleve, Franny, Yen, Franny, you're like, we might be in trouble. Then all of a sudden, pew, 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 all of you go blind. You're hit by something. Franny falls down. Cleve, you're hit, and then you're hit again really hard. Both of the shots, like, they don't fully, like, they stick in, but they don't like fully get into your armor. They like pierce through your armor and lodge in weird ways. You have this like massive bolt, like kind of like shoved into a non-essential part of your jetpack into your shoulder, just like inches away from actually stabbing you. And Paige, you see Max just get laid in with this big, huge thing. Very impressively, Max does not fall down as this thing fully goes through like their chest, out their back. Like this, like fucking like 8 to 12 inch long, like giant, like projectile just like skewered right in, like almost like a giant nail just shoved through Max's chest. Max takes like 1 step back, blind, but manages to hold their ground.
I had worse from the guy who owns the silver. I don't even remember the fucking name of the place at Waypoint.
And that's where we're going to take a break. We're going to pick right back up with some initiative here. Franny, you are going to be up first, then Max, then Yen, then Paige, then Cleve. And we will be right back, everybody. We'll be right back. Go refresh your drinks. Use the bathroom. Gamble on who you think may or may not die this session. I don't know.
Yeah, good fucking luck.
welcome back. Okay, so for any of you who may just be joining, here's what's happened so far. The Kumilican family was in the town of New Fenton and decided to chase after the Riveteers, realizing that if they were to take a straight path as opposed to a nomad's path, which is from town to town, zigzagging all over the goddamn place, they would have a pretty decent chance of catching up with the Riveteers, even knowing that the Riveteers are a particularly speedy nomad pack. So they set out from the town of New Fenton, Franny collecting some census records from New Fenton that showed that many of the people who they cared about and loved lived full, happy lives in this new town, and really like made something out of this town with many memorials to the Kumilicans who they lost. As the Kumilican family headed across the Piazza Basin towards potentially the settlement of Red Post, they found some wreckage that they identified as Riveteer wreckage. A few bombs had gone off and some Riveteers were killed in the process. And the wreckage was still there with bodies and a few supplies. And the wreckage was claimed by scavengers. At that point, Franny called out to someone who was hiding in the wreckage, who turned out not to be a scavenger, but instead was one Leonard Yen. For any of you who watched season 1 of this campaign 1 of this series, they will recognize the name Leonard Yen as a marshal who appears to potentially maybe be an ex-marshal at this point, as he came out hands up and said he wasn't trying to look for a fight. He wasn't trying to interfere with the salvage, at which point Franny said, "We're not salvaging either. We're looking for the Riveteers and Roland Hollis." And Leonard Yen said, "Holy shit, I know that guy." Well, he didn't say that, but he said it with his face. And then at that point, scavengers attacked. They bushwhacked the party. Everyone except Paige. Cleve, Franny, and Max were hit with blinding ammunition, and Max and Cleve were both hit with massive, heavy projectiles, as well. And Franny and Cleve and Yen were also hit with some repeater shots of light projectiles. Franny was knocked down with the hard fall injury, so Franny is not able to move. And Cleve, Max, and Franny are still blind until the beginning of the scavenger's next turn. Franny, as we jump back into initiative, here, I hit the wrong button. I hit the intermission button. As we jump back into initiative, here, amidst the wreckage of a few Riveteer vehicles, next to your new acquaintance, ex-Marshal Leonard Yen, you are blind and shot a little bit and knocked on the ground by the force of the shot. Not really actually taking any damage, just like shot and kind of winded slightly and knocked down. So it is your turn. What do you do?
Okay, well, I can't move because of the whole shenanigans happening. So I will activate live.
Okay.
Which I believe, but we'll double check on. Nope. There we go. Cool. Great. Let's go. Let's do a roll real quick. I'm sure it will be fine. With my one die, do not misfire. I did not. Hey, that's a success. Wonderful. Cool. I got one success.
On live?
On live.
So is that, how long does that last for? Is it short-lived at its base?
It is as a short-lived effect.
Cool.
I raised my finesse skills by 1.
Cool.
Cool. And then I will spend grit to double down.
Aha. Okay, you're still blind, even doubling down.
I know.
Okay. So you, what does it look like when Franny activates Lithe? I don't remember what Franny's tell is, honestly.
Her tattoo, the iris tattoo on her forearm, glows.
Cool. So yeah, you hit the ground, wind knocked out of you.
Comes to life a little bit, you know.
Just like a kind of like shimmer passes over your tattoo as it seems to shift a little bit in the light. As you activate Lithe, you double down. You're still blind, but you can move now because it is now a new turn.
Right. And I would like to. Where was my dad? Was my dad or Leonardian available, like within arm's reach?
Yeah, you guys were just standing and talking.
Great. I would like to, and I fell down, but I don't think I've been reoriented. So I was just like, I wanted to push them sort of like back into what I remember was cover.
Okay. If you want to spend, go ahead and roll, just a unopposed observe test for me. To like keep your bearings. This is mostly just to make sure you don't whiff or roll a misfire.
Okay. I did not do either of those things.
Okay, how many successes did you get?
3.
Cool. If you use a focus action, you can get yourself, Cleave, and Yen in to excellent cover. From at least the person who shot you.
Right. Like, whatever cover I can give them is better than no cover, is my thought.
Yeah. I mean, with 3 successes, even blinded, you like kind of know where you just got shot from because it knocked you on your ass. Mm-hmm. So you scramble to your feet, you grab them, and it's not too far to shove the 3 of you back towards the direction where Yen was hiding, basically.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, so you grab, unless Cleave resists, you Franny like shouts out, grabs you, and pulls you in the direction that you remember the wreckage kind of being.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Great. And then I'd like to get my gun out and sort of point it in the direction. I'm not shooting it.
Yeah.
I don't have the actions.
You get everyone behind cover, you get your rifle.
I was casual, and now I want to be not casual.
Yeah, you shoulder up against what you hope is like the right spot to peek from as you're starting to blink out the spots out of your vision. And Max, it is your turn. You are blinded with a -6 to all vision-based actions.
Yeah, sure, whatever. All right. So for my first trick, I'm gonna activate Adrenaline Spike.
Cool. Go ahead and roll that somatics test. You start to see like Max's tattoos like kind of like pulsing and vibrating.
So I'm gonna go ahead and spend 3 grit to go strong.
Okay.
I make 12 additional hit points. And I ignore all wound penalties.
Okay.
I forget what the tell was for Adrenaline Spike, and the note that I have on this computer doesn't have it. Does anyone remember?
I thought they like vibrated and shifted and seemed to be kind of like.
That's what it was. Yeah. All right. That is a quick action. Now that I have gained a number of hit points, and I, most importantly, am not suffering wound penalties, spend the shine for that, I guess.
Yeah, basically, like Max gets hit with this thing, their eyes kind of like glossed over, like unfocused, like by the force of it, like has to take a step back and like hunch over, and then you see Max's like tattoos start like vibrating and shifting and vibrating, like with the adrenaline, and Max just stands up like they have not been touched.
And now I will use a free action to activate Sixth Sense. Yeah, you guys fucked up. All right, so that's 4 hits on Sixth Sense.
So as the tattoos are vibrating in place, they become thinner and become the sort of radar system that seems to ping the areas around them where there's threats. Like Paige, you can see like the area nearby you is like pinging and like moving with a little bit more than just vibration as it detects kind of your presence to their left.
All right, so I have, for those at home, I have also on this turn created 2 additional initiative for myself. And then I'm at a +3 for all defense tests. And then with my, if I'm allowed to, I would like to take another free action to use my once per rest resilience roll.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Cool. Just gonna like take a deep breath, sort of center myself here.
This is Max like stands up, tattoos begin shifting and thinning out and vibrating into these like thin lines that are shaking and moving and like reacting to the areas around Max. Max reaches up and breaks the front of the projectile off.
All right, so I recover 4 hit points here. So if you keep in count at home, I have 22 hit points remaining. And with my remaining quick action, if I can, I know the direction I got shot from. I felt it go in. I run that way and I punch the first dude I run into.
Interesting. Okay. Let's go ahead and have you roll. So you're at a -6 to all vision based.
Yeah,
tests.
no, I recall.
So it's going to be an observed test, but that -6 is going to balance out to a -4 because you do know the direction you got shot from.
Yeah.
So like you have an idea, but you still have to go and find this person
Sure.
while blind.
It's no hits.
Okay, cool. So what you do is you start charging in the direction of your attacker. Paige, you see a blind Max stand up, tattoos shift, they break part of the projectile, and then just like burst forward and start running towards.
It's fucked up now.
Oh my god.
Max, you get +1 grit. This looks like a job for grit, says Argonauts.
Thanks.
As
There's
you
a lot of jobs that are not for grit.
like Paige, you can see Max is like right nearby the person who attacked them. They just like kind of like stopped and are like trying to hear for any sounds of this person, but this person's like, what the fuck? Like, I know they're blind, but what? And they're like kind of like they're like shouldering that weapon and reaching for another weapon as they're like stepping back, like, I'm good, right? Yeah, I'm good. It's like this big guy who's actually way bigger than Max in stature, wearing like this thick armor and this like kind of welding mask turned into like a battle helmet.
Oh shit, that's actually fucking cool. It's too bad
That
it's a
is sick.
shit.
And with that, the marshal's gonna go. And the marshal is already in cover. Doesn't quite know. Honestly, the marshal is going to do something blinded that no one over there can see because everyone who's ducked into that little bit of cover is in fact blind, so they can't see the thing he's doing. What you do notice is he doesn't shoot his guns. And with that, it is Paige's turn, the only person with vision right now. So Paige kind of is surveying the land as these people have started to attack. You see the one guy who shot Max, and you also see next to that person a little bit off to the side, also in like moderate cover, is someone wearing some kind of like lighter like desert camo armor. And just glancing over, you heard some shots pop off across the way. It's a little ways away from you, but you can see a number of people kind of moving through the wreckage and the terrain to try and close in on Cleve and Franny. And you actually do see there is someone else there in cover with Cleve and Franny.
All right. How hurt does Max look?
Max
do they
looks,
still look blind?
Max looks completely fine as far as how they're moving. They do actively have a massive projectile sticking out of their back.
Oh, I couldn't get it They think it wasn't a through and through.
It was a through and through. You broke off the front, so you had full range of motion in the front, but you still have like a little spike poking out of your back.
That's fine. It's good.
Max is pretty close to one of these. So there's a couple close to me, and there's a couple farther away.
Yeah, there's two that are like we'll say around like close to moderate distance from you right now. That's where Max just ran to.
Mm-hmm.
They're a little bit separate from each other. Max is only next to one of them. And then more like a long distance, there is more people closing in on the rest of the family.
All right. Yeah, I'm gonna. Oh boy, I'm so bad at shooting. I'll try it. You
Okay.
never know. Because spread shot could hit Max, right?
Oh yeah, if you target that guy who Max is standing next to, then yes, Max would be in the spread for that.
Then-
but there's another guy who is not.
I'm gonna shoot at the other guy
Okay.
using shock darts.
Okay. Yeah. So you slot into your double barrel like
Yeah,
shotgun.
pulls the shotgun off her back. Breaks it. Loads it with shock rounds. Picks it back up. Levies. Fires.
Go for it.
Ooh. Oh well, don't mind if I do. I'm using new dice this week, and they came to play.
You are up against a 10.
That's one net success. I got a 12.
Ooh. How much damage does this person take?
Oh well, you know. Oh sure. Oh well, you know. They take 6 with 2 piercing. But it's shock darts. I'm trying to remember.
So there you get a -1, and then also their initiative goes down by 1.
Yeah, and it doesn't affect. Sorry, back to Roman. It doesn't affect power or anything. No.
Correct.
Cool. Then yeah, six
so
six damage, 2 piercing, and they're electrocuted.
Oh.
I'm gonna I'm going to shoot the other one. Because I got a double barrel.
Yeah. So you're gonna shoot the one that Max is in front of.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Cool.
Can I get a shot?
Yeah, you have a shot. As you're not using your spread shot, so the shock dart you got a clean shot on this guy.
Okay. Is it a choice for me to either grab this med kit or take a shot?
If you're just picking up the med kit, I don't think so. I think that's a free action. You
Yeah,
already
like a
open. You were in the crate. Like you can pick up the med kit and put it on
a
your
med
shoulder.
kit and like 2 cubes, maybe.
If you want anything more than the med kit, you would need to use a quick action, which you could.
Oh well, I got a first aid cube already on hand, so I'll be fine. I'm gonna go ahead and I'll shoot this other guy.
Okay.
No, I'm gonna roll you. You roll as well. Let's see if you can do it again, bud.
So you're at a -1 for the multiple attack.
Gotcha. Even though it's double barrel.
Yeah. Well, double
Gotcha.
barrel just lets you shoot a medium firearm as a quick action, but it still suffers the multiple attack penalty
Gotcha.
unless you have pistolero.
I sure don't. How wild would it be if it's like, oh yeah, I'm also a pistolero. So you know.
You're up against an 8.
I'm gonna make my own luck, maybe more than once.
Okay.
Aha! Yeah, I make my luck twice.
Yeah, okay. The the stream could see me accidentally almost give myself 89 grit.
All right. That's 2 over an 8.
Okay, how much damage is that then? 12?
It's 12. 2 piercing and electrocuted. Give him a little zap.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, so you pop it down, slap it in. 2 clean shots. You reach down, scoop up the med kit, sling it over your shoulder. And you're good to go.
All right.
Next up is going to be Cleve.
That's what I like to hear.
You're blind.
Sure am. Listen, I am very upset because I was really debating whether I should take I Can Do This All Day or another talent. And instead I went with another talent. So now I can't just make my turn this turn being like, it's going to be really hard to hit me for the next possible turns. It's fine. Whatever. I use the tools that I have. So this might be the most video game thing I've ever done. I am going to take, Cleve is going to take his jetpack and he is going to kind of aim it. From what he can feel, he knows that there's debris in front of him and that's his cover, right?
Yep.
And probably Franny would have said something like, stay down, you're behind cover. He's gonna slap a button on the back of his, no, it wouldn't be on the back. He's gonna actually take his jetpack and on one of the arms he presses a switch and he activates the smoke screen and he's gonna spray it in front of our cover. And then as the smoke kind of like goes around and rises, he's going to use his retractable ladder and footbridge to give a place for either Franny or Marshall Yen to climb up so they can peek out of the smoke.
He's over here playing Fortnite. Yeah, absolutely. So you yeah, you create Franny, you are semi-familiar with the scent of it as like Cleve hits the button and then like just like rears the engine on the jetpack without flying away, and you like feel the heat and smell the smell of like this like kind of like smoggy like blackish gray smoke that fills the area. And as Cleve does that, you yoink out your retractable ladder and footbridge, slap it down, and you start cranking it up until it hits something above you, as you have created a way for someone to peek over the top of this cover now as opposed to side to side. That's great. And now you guys are in a smoke cloud, which is actually really fucking interesting because now these people are either gonna have to shoot at you at a penalty or move in, because they go next.
Hey, send those shipboards my way.
As this happens, people's visibility returns.
Just a quick question also, sorry. For off balance, that is something that happens on my turn, -1 to the target number of your next test.
Yeah, you didn't have to roll a test based on what you were doing. Yeah.
Damn.
You're scrambling right now, but you're finding things that you can do despite being a slightly off balanced.
Yeah.
Okay. So Cleve, Max, and Franny, your vision starts coming back. Cleve or Max, you're like 3 feet away from the guy who's like pulling out like some kind of melee weapon as you like start to regain your vision. Cleve,
yeah, fucking try it.
Cleve and Franny, you regain your vision, and it's covered in smoke, but Cleve, you can like kind of adjust and see like where your retractable ladder and footbridge kind of makes this angled like step ladder that leads up to like peek over the cover or leap over the cover, whatever. Otherwise everything is obscured in this thick black smoke. And as that happens, you're in excellent cover and the smoke. So they're going to want to get around the excellent cover. Honestly, I think no more shots come your way, Cleve and Franny, as people seem to be repositioning, except for the cloud parts and one big ass dude leaps forward with a melee weapon. this person is going to... Oh, they're gonna target... Goodness. Honestly, I think it's just whoever's closest when they come through the smoke, so I'm gonna roll for it. They're going to target Franny.
God damn it. This was a mistake.
As this person leaps through this large woman, like dark heavy armor, a welding mask like reformed into some kind of battle helmet. She leaps forward with what looks like both a weapon and a tool as you hear the roaring engine of this chain blade as it comes down, this thing that could carve through metal and materials and scavenge like things comes down to attack you, Franny.
Okay.
My deflect is 4, so there's just no way.
That's okay. I might be fine.
So the way deflect
Right.
works when you don't have a shield, Cleave, is you're rolling just to see if you can get in the way. If you're interposing when you don't have a shield, it's an unopposed. You're just trying to get there. If you get any successes at all, you put yourself in the way, and then you take all the damage.
I'm wearing a jetpack. Can I get the jetpack in the way?
No, because they would have to be targeting the jetpack. You take the damage.
All right.
Oh
All
wait,
right, fine.
shit, no, wait.
Roll
Absolutely,
pilot
you can roll pilot.
to do that.
Yeah, there's a vehicular interpose. You've activated your jetpack. Your
Okay.
jetpack is active. But
That's
you don't have to interpose until after Franny rolls their test. If she just nails it, then she's fine. But interpose is a thing you lose initiative with a vehicle, you can interpose, and then your vehicle gets hit instead of the person who's under attack.
Perfect.
Okay. That's what I thought. Okay.
Franny, you are up against a 12.
Okay. I can beat that. Wait. That's not enough dice. Hold on.
Oh shoot. You're up against a 12, but I have to go it strong because the smoke is still affecting this person. They just got around the cover.
Yeah, get some grit.
So Franny, you get a grit as I go it strong. I also
Okay. Does that mean that I have a bonus to dodge?
No. They just have a minus. Their vision is impaired.
Okay. Okay, reliability. That's not what you want to say. It's not what you want to say. Okay. Do I go first?
So I told you you're up against a 12. So.
Oh, okay. I have a 14.
Oh, cool. Yeah. No, they just miss. They just miss.
Yeah. Okay. Great.
But
did they just have one attack, or did they have a second attack too?
they do just have the one attack, unless I do a double down.
Ooh-wee.
And
Y'all see what happens when you give him grit?
I don't
what
think
happens.
I don't think I'm gonna do a double down with this person. So she leaps through the smoke, just this kind of extended like chain like blade. It's like not really like a glaive or a sword. It's like this long handled like pry bar that the bottom part of it is like this chain powered like
The chainsaw
sawing.
bayonet.
Yeah. Comes swinging at you, hits the metal nearby you, and like sparks shoot out as it carves through, but doesn't hit you.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Good to know.
Chainsaw Bayonet is such a good band name. I had to Google it to make sure it wasn't one.
Oh, that's so good.
It's from Gears of War.
Yeah.
Oh, sure.
Meanwhile, Max, a similar weapon is wielded to attack you, but not before you. Not before you're shot at. You are shot at.
Okay.
Max and Paige both get shot at by the person who the less armored person who Paige shot. Pulls out like a repeater weapon and goes and shoots out 2 quick shots.
All right. I got a 14.
You're up against an 11, both of you.
I got a 10.
Okay. Paige, that is 3 damage, all of which is armor piercing.
Ugh. Gross.
Tommy, remind me how much initiative I have.
You currently have 10 initiative.
Yeah, I deflect.
Cool.
For Paige?
Yeah.
Go ahead and roll.
You don't have to do that.
Nah, no negatives. These people are
okay.
not that far apart, so.
I got a 16.
Cool. So you see like this person like seems to assess the field, decides to shoot at Max and spray over towards Paige. Max, you realize what's going to happen before it happens. Like all of your like tattoos kind of like rush to the left side. And you turn and pop your energy shield and start running. And as the shots hit, like these little hexagon like force field like projections pop up off to your side, and you skid down and block, like raise up and block, like don't like not the clean block. It's like skirts off the top of your like projected shield and flies over Paige's head as you drop 1 initiative, right? And deflect for Paige. This person who just shot at you with the projectile weapon is going to now rush you with this kind of like this like shimmery like hooked tool that like has like it's almost like a double-sided crowbar, it looks like, as they reach out to like try and hit you with this thing. And they're going to cold shot at you, in fact.
Ooh. All right. Yeah, as he runs at me, like, yeah, fuck boy, you look at me, not her.
Oh, hey, you're up against an 11.
Oh, that's not high enough.
No.
I got a 14.
What are you telling me, that your defense test is so high that multiple attacks just don't seem to cut it?
My target started this round at 19.
Yeah, so this person tries to reach down and like hook under your leg to trip you, and you just like flex your arm, and the shield like spreads down, like hexagons like constructing downward, like, and just like catch this hook, and like it sticks in there, and they can't like pull it out for a second. They yoink it out, and as they yoink it out, the bigger person rushes in with that big like chainsaw pry bar and just tries to like fully like catch you with that as you're fighting their friend. And on this test, I'll bamboozle you twice.
Okay. I will go ahead. I will make my own luck once. Yeah, there we go.
Okay, you are up against this person's electrocuted. So you're up against an 11.
I got a 12.
Okay. Is there... I do not have the means to make this, because this person is electrocuted. I do not have the means to make myself beat a 12. So you just like, as this guy comes in swinging, you pull back, like wrenching your shield away from the person with like the hooked weapon, and you drop down on like one knee and put the shield above, and it just like this like half-formed dome of energy appears above you as this person's like blade just like just like sparks and shudders as it is unable to cut through your projected force field.
Sorry, did they lose guns in 200 years?
And with that, it's Max's turn.
Franny. Oh no, because I made initiative out of nothing.
Yeah, it's technically Franny and Max are going at the same time, but since we just talked about Max's stuff, and you guys are in separate fights basically.
Yeah, I'm gonna. There's like this. I don't know, the big fella here. I don't like. I'm gonna punch him.
Cool.
Oh, okay. So that explodes. Yeah. Well, I'm pretty. This dude gets hit because I've hit my target of 17, but
Okay. Well, I
I
have a
don't-
12.
yeah, the rest of these are very low. And
Sure.
unfortunately, you can't become more electrocuted. So he takes 4 damage, no piercing. It's electric, but like, he already lives in that world.
Yeah. So here's what you finally notice up close. Is this person's armor does seem resistant to electric damage. It's kind of made out of this like rubberized material. So like you couldn't quite see when Paige shot the one shock dart at them. But like you slam it in and like you see as like your sparks just kind of like move around and don't seem to find anything to like grab onto as this person is able to soak this blow.
All right. Well, hey, guess what? These turn off, and I will use a free action to deactivate the electric strike, and I hit him again.
I love that so much. Like you hit him and it makes like sparks, and he's like, and then you just say like these turn off, and does like all the sparks like turn off, and then it's just a big fuck you punching glove as you just like hit him again.
So good.
Yeah, I got a 16.
Oh no. Oh no, this guy. Oh no, this guy. 7. 7's my highest. All of my dice are successful. 7 is my highest.
Okay. I honestly, this is kids at home. This is not a good play, but it's too good to pass up the opportunity. I twist the knife twice because having rolled such a good Hulk, my unarmed accuracy does become 5.
Ooh.
And he takes 20 damage.
Oh.
Ooh.
No armor piercing, I assume.
No, but like, listen, I know the numbers of armor in this game, so like, I'm going through the armor.
Yeah, that armor is busted.
They're wearing 2 sets of armor. A light armor under the heavy armor.
Double pants doesn't work, not in this game.
Yeah, so you hit him with the one and he's like, you turn off the glove and you just clock him and you like shatter half of like his helmet as like teeth fly out with this massive haymaker you do on this guy. And he like flies back and like stumbles and like coughs out a little bit of blood as you've like shattered his mask into his face.
Yeah, you think about that for a little while over there.
All right. Franny, your vision is restored and you are back in this fight. There is someone who just swung a giant chain pike at you.
Yeah, all right. There aren't penalties for shooting somebody real up close, right?
Not particularly.
Okay, great. Yeah, I'm gonna shoot this person real bad.
Okay.
With my I guess
With sorry, you broke up there.
with
what?
my light firearm, with my pepper box.
Sure.
Shoot. Wow. Well, you win some, you lose some, I guess.
You were up against a 10.
I have one net success. It's 2 piercing, 5 power.
Okay.
That's a quick action. Can I shoot him again?
You can. You just take a -1.
Okay.
Yeah. This person swings at you. You pull back. You quick draw out your like little stout, like 4-barreled pepper box, and you're just like.
Right. I have rolled.
No! This is similar to my max roll.
Oh no!
My highest is an 8. All of my dice are successes. I have no options.
My accuracy is not super. So
+1 grit to Franny. 10 is never up against you, no matter what Tommy says.
Thank you, 10. So it's 2 piercing, 10 damage.
10 damage with 2 piercing?
Yeah,
You could punch it.
I could.
You got the grit for it. You always have the grit for it.
I do not. Yeah, this person, I think it remains a threat. But there's 2 other people that can fight this person. I'm okay. This is fine. I shoot him twice really good, and I go, think about this. We're not taking your stuff. And just shout it out. I'm not having a conversation.
Yeah.
Just
The first shot is like kind of like a glance, like you managed to like get in the armor a little bit, and the second shot seems to find a little bit more meat as you fire it in.
yeah, that makes sense.
2 quick shots. This person's pretty like heavily armored, your light firearm doesn't seem to fully like have the stopping power to like really harm them. But you tear up their armor a little bit, and you do see some blood. And now.
Leonard Yen gets to go.
I feel like Leonard is about to do like some handcuff foo, and everyone is arrested in the cloud.
I back him up.
Okay. So. Ooh. Okay. So Yen, like pulling back, seeing you fighting this person, Yen fires 1 shot, just past the person, just missing them slightly. And then he he's drawn both of his pistols. And as he jumps up, he like takes like 4 steps up and like kind of like hooks his knee on the ladder and fires a much cleaner shot down into this guy. And
He's cool. He's all right. Do you think he'll be my friend? I hope he's my friend. I need a friend.
Y'all got a similar energy, honestly. I don't want to arrest you, but I like that I have the power to arrest you.
That's fun.
And with that shot, this person's like armor like breaks and shatters, like their mask completely like falls off and like falls to the ground. This like kind of electrified, scarred looking face looks back at you with like it looks like they're not metal teeth. They're some kind of fake teeth, but they're not metal. As they like turn and like stumble, blood like shooting out of their shoulder, as Leonard just like fully shoots through their helmet into their shoulder with a really clean shot. And that is Yen's turn. And now it's Paige.
All right. Am I? Can I get to the other fight that's going on besides me and Max?
Right now it's at long distance, so depending on what you want to do to interact with it.
How bad do folks look? Do people look
I don't
pretty
think
hurt?
you can see them. They're inside a smoke
Yeah.
screen.
There's a smoke cloud.
Oh,
You
that's
saw
right.
a little bit of movement towards the smoke cloud. Otherwise, you see 3 people moving around the outskirts of the smoke, swinging around the kind of cover of the wreckage.
Oh, what do I do? I shout out to Cleve. Hey, y'all good?
All right, at the moment.
Ma, shoot this guy!
All right. Hey, let me know if you need me. And Paige will shoot this guy. Yeah.
Oh. Oh no! What's your highest?
I don't think I can count that.
I have a 5.
Oh. I'm gonna make some luck.
Okay.
I got a 14, but I think I can count 13s. So I got ergonomics. I've got ergonomics if I play to the galleries 13. So that's not it. Okay, that 1 doesn't help me. Another 4 also doesn't help me.
Wait, your skill is a 12 and you have ergonomics?
Yeah.
You can play to the galleries at 14.
No. My skill is 11 and I have ergonomics.
12. Ergonomics makes it a 12.
Oh.
Yes.
Okay.
So you've made your luck twice now?
I've made my luck twice and then remembered that I have 2 reliability on this roll.
Oh.
So now, embarrassedly, I'm going to roll that.
Nice. Good.
And that is 2 successes.
Okay, how much damage is that?
That's just gonna be 12 damage with 2 piercing. Hey, shotgun's pretty good.
So, this was just standard ammo, or was this more electric ammo?
It's still shock ammo. I actually don't have standard ammo.
So Max has opened up, like, this person's like face mask is like half broken off, and you're looking around like you're a little concerned. You're like, oh no, what do I do? And then you look over and you see the smoke and there's like something happening. You hear gunshots. You're like, are you okay over there? And then Max just yells, Ma, shoot this guy. And you just like swing, and like some kind of like maternal killer, like manifest instinct. Like you just like you see the opening on the guy's face, and you just, and a shock dart shoots right into his throat, and he's like he's like rearing back to get another hit on Max, and it's just like, yeah, and then falls over, not dead because shock dart ammo is non-lethal, so he is just completely unconscious as he drops to the ground out of this fight. Fully hit right in the nervous system with a very well aimed shock dart.
Oh, hey, ain't the first time I had to use this thing to protect a kid.
So that was a quick action.
Sure. Is there another round here?
Yeah, there's still the other one who shot at Max and then rushed up and tried to attack him with a more like a hooked weapon.
Okay, well, sorry, bud. But you're in shooting range. You're in the place where people get shot.
Go for it.
Just because... Yeah, sure. Yeah, here's the thing, is that Paige actually read a book about shooting once. A good one, too. So actually, I'm going to roll this as a lore test.
Okay. Do it at a -2. Making a called shot with your brain.
-2, plus a -1 for multiple attack, +1 for ergonomics.
Yeah.
Cool. Let's pick up these 2. Oh.
So it sounds like your target is 10. I have an 8.
My target is 12.
You net a -2 though.
No, because it's... Yeah, and my lore target's 14.
Oh God, Jesus. Okay, continue.
Teacher, baby. No, not you. You're not in play tonight. You're on the bench tonight. You didn't earn your spot in the starting lineup. I have a 12.
All right, how much damage is that over an 8?
Over an 8, that's 2. So that's 12 damage. 2 piercing.
Okay, so that person is still standing, but yeah, Max one shot, guy falls down completely electrocuted, knocked out, and then another shock dart whizzes by you and hits this other person in the shoulder and like kind of electrocutes them a little bit, and they like stumble back, like their arm a little numbed, but they're still ready to fight. They have a repeater in one hand and this kind of like double-sided crowbar in the other, and meanwhile, in the smoke swirling around, starting to dissipate, figures moving around the other side of the cover. Lendergen up on retractable ladder and footbridge. Cleave kind of rearing the engine, revving the engine of his jetpack, and Franny pepperbox smoking in hand, stepping back from the much more wounded large figure looming over her with this chainsaw weapon. That is where we're going to end tonight's session because I just noticed the time.
I hate that.
I didn't realize it was midnight, so let's just jump right into the Q&A, y'all. If you have any questions, drop them in the chat. We'll answer them. Otherwise, we are going to answer some questions from the Discord. I believe Argetlam has submitted his tried and true let's build character question. So let's build the 3 potential brides from Dragon Quest V. So if any of you have any questions about the game, the session, the characters, the RPG, the players, whatever, throw them in the chat. We'll answer them. And in the meantime, we will make 3 characters from Dragon Quest V for Argetlam. We'll make them as we would in Manifest. Characters in question are Bianca Whitaker, Deborah Briscoletti, and Nera Briscoletti. Bianca is a rough and tumble daughter of an innkeeper. Depending on which game she is in, she variously whips bows and uses powerful fire magic. A jack of all trades when it comes to the 3.
Seems like it.
Yeah.
Feels like Settler is the...
Settler should be the background for sure. Yeah, that gives you hardiness. Honestly, you can mitigate, you can like recreate the fire magic by just having flame weapons.
Yeah.
You can have a fire whip in this game. You get the entanglement mod and the fire strike mod on your melee weapon, and voila, you have a fire whip. Mm-hmm. And then the bows could shoot incendiary arrows. So there's a lot of ways to catch people on fire.
Yeah. The path is challenging. Like, Jack of all trades isn't really a
Explorer,
path.
really, right?
I mean, Explorer is sort of the catch-all, but it doesn't provide you with the stuff that lets you do all this.
If you go deep enough in the metal tree that you get from Explorer,
sure, powerful fire magic exists.
You can do fire magic.
Sure
You can summon fire.
Explorer.
Yeah, you can summon. There's a tier 4 talent in. We saw Kinsey take it in the metal tree, which allows you mastery over certain elements, and one of the elements is fire, and you can summon some fire to help you fight in a combat. Kinsey
you can make a
used
fireman to help you.
Yeah, Kinsey used it to not die. Kinsey manipulated time.
Sure did. Did I ever use the fireman? I don't think I ever used the fireman.
You didn't have the time, though. I did have. My little fun thing was that when Kinsey was about to like drop a lot of knowledge on the Kumilicans, he did walk over to a little fire pit and wave his hand over it, and a little bit of fire stoked up in there. And like that was a fire elemental. Like if you guys decided for some reason to start shit with Kinsey McSharley, he would just be like, "Rah!"
There was in the one shot you ran way back in season 1 because Seth couldn't make it 1 week. There was a bad guy who had that talent.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you guys had to
He had
fight
that. He
two.
had what? Double that talent. He
No-
was weird.
no,
he
you
had double,
can
he
use
had
it twice.
double Master of the Elements.
You can use it twice in the.
He was ritual casting the storm.
Yeah, there was a storm.
That's
There was a
it,
storm.
that's
Yeah. All right. Next up is Deborah, the older daughter of a rich businessman, drop dead gorgeous, absolutely terrifying to just about everyone, physically the strongest of all three, and the only human character in the game who can use mallets and claws as a weapon. So
This
Braun
is a
and
privileged
Moxie.
brawler.
Yeah, privileged
Yes.
brawler sounds right. Yeah, 100%.
I want to use a character with a mallet. I want to use a carny brawler who has a mallet. God, that would be fun.
From the fucking hammer.
Yeah, from the test your strength game.
Yeah.
Time to test my strength.
Yeah, I don't know what their third tree is, but definitely Moxie and Braun.
Hardiness, maybe.
Hardiness makes sense.
Yeah.
Without more information, hardiness is a solid fallback.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And then there's Nira, the younger daughter of the same rich businessman who is polite, well-mannered, and will absolutely annihilate anything and everything in her way with absurdly powerful explosive magic.
This is a privileged tinkerer.
Yeah, I mean,
Yes.
you get the explosive magic by just turning it into
Bombs are a
Actual
magic all
bombs.
their own.
Science is magic.
yeah. It's like a much more Bumble Z version of Eloise.
Yeah, I mean, you're describing Bumbles almost to a T.
Just lots of bombs, very polite.
Yeah. Just a very polite terrorist.
Okay, those are the three characters from the Discord. We do have, as I throw my phone on the ground, we do have bombs are the best magic, says Argent Lom.
Alright.
Kinsey did break causality with Master of the Elements. And Tenetic says, what is your process for naming the character you play? This is mostly for
That's a
you
good
guys.
question.
I don't know. My answer, I think, is unsatisfying. I kind of just think about it for a while until I say one that feels good with my mouth.
I usually go for like a tone. Sometimes I'll think about people's names I know or from like my past. There's like a few like people who have interesting names that I'll like shuffle through. But like for Gus, like I wanted to find something that sounded good, sort of like down home, like a Gus that sort of lives right there. And then the alliteration of Gus Gurley is like down home, friendly, and has like sort of a funny last name that he could be made fun of for, but he's got good spirits about it.
Sounds like a little bit like he's from a storybook.
Yeah.
I just
but,
love
like,
that. I love like I can see the sign in my brain like Gurley Farm, Gurley Homestead or Gurley Farm. Like,
Yeah.
oh my god.
Yeah. And like Paige, we were thinking, Seth and I did a lot of thinking about how nomads get their names and how this nomad pack gets their names. And I really liked Paige because it is a traditionally feminine name, and like I liked that they were descriptive, and it felt like it fit the character as a name and also fit the character in terms of like what she does. So like that one really hit the mark for me.
Anything from you, Eddie?
I pull a lot of names out of popular media. Like I for Eloise, for example, I had been watching Bridgerton. And then I was also really into this TikToker who was called Briar. And that's it for those two. I just for that one. Juliet was, I thought, like Juliet from Lost a little bit. Like I liked that attitude. And so I pulled that name. I don't always, but for my manifest characters, I tend to do it more for them than anyone else. I also tend to go with older names in general. I'm often not going to use like modern names. Like I'm probably never gonna play like a
Kevin.
I might play a Kevin, but only as a Warforged Kevin.
Like ironically a Kevin.
An ironic Kevin.
Yeah.
No, but I'm probably never gonna play like a Christina. Like that's like that name isn't in my repertoire because it feels too modern. I'm almost always gonna pick something that's a little older sounding or feeling. I really like this sort of like greatest generation names, like stuff like that.
Sorry, I'm just looking in the chat. We all know lots of grandmothers named Elkiri.
Yeah, Elkiri was not I looked up traditional names from or not traditional names, but I looked up soap opera names from
Like Days of Our Lives.
no, there's one that's New Zealand, like the New Zealand version, because Pantorans are like have the New Zealand accent, and so then I found two names that I liked, which were Ellie and Kiri, and I mashed them together.
Also, in Addie's defense, it does say at the beginning, a long, long time ago.
But yeah, so that's generally how I pick my RPG names. For the most part, it's not like a great process. I save all my really good names for the writing that I do.
My methodology is actually transparent in some of the older classic characters of Manifest lore, because for a little while, I think it may have started with Juliet, but I'm not 100% sure. But basically, like what happened was the first couple of playtesters didn't really want to come up with a last name for their characters. And so I was like, yeah, I can just give you like, this will just be your last name. Like, fuck it. And like one of the things I do oftentimes, especially for last names, is I either go with like, there's some things in media that I really, really like, and I'll reuse them multiple times for different characters. Like I've had a Vincent, a Vinny, and a Vincenzo, like, like I'll do that sometimes. But like there's like Oberon Delgado. I took Delgado specifically from the Dark Tower just because I like that name. And then Oberon, I was like looking for something kind of fair, like Fae related. So like that's like sometimes I lean in and I look for like origins, right? I try to like tie things into origins, and I either look for like names in different languages that mean certain things, or names that are from media that feels appropriate for the character as I'm trying to like lean them in one way or another. And to that end, a lot of times last names become kind of like there's a thing that it actually is. What is it? Portmanteau is not the
we
word,
were
right?
just talking about this, I think.
What is the word?
On my stream, it's the thing where the name is a thing, and
like,
so they're more likely to become that thing.
Someone like whose last name is Fisher, like it's like way back when in like fucking like bumblefuck England, some guy was a Fisher, and so his name on the census was Fisher.
Fisher.
Yeah.
He's a Miller. Yeah, he's a Miller. So you see like all kinds of names. Yeah, I didn't know that had a name. That makes sense.
There is a word for it. I can't remember what it is now.
Yeah.
But that like I do that a lot with my characters too, where I make the is that it? Not nominative determinism.
Nominative determinism.
Where like the last name is like indicative of like what kind of person the character is, which happened with Juliet, I think, first. Addie couldn't think of a name for Juliet, a last name for Juliet, and so I named her Juliet Hunt, because that felt like a cool name for a gunslinger, right? She's and like also Juliet's whole backstory at that time was like she was hunting the people who like murdered her family, like, and all that, right? So it became Juliet Hunt. And then that kind of became a thing in a lot of the early characters for Manifest, the early playtests.
I think I'm the only one, well, except for Covert, because Covert snuck one by you.
Yeah.
But I think I'm the only one from that batch for whom you did not come up with a last name because the character I made was unnameable.
My earliest one, I think I had the whole whole hand on.
Yeah, this was.
Once we get into like the
like the early stuff.
Yeah. This is like the Juliet and Cyrus.
Cyrus Finch was a grifter. And Finch,
so it's very flighty, right?
So for my first character, because I do like a combination of all of these things, my first character was Emil Hangletter, and I think I just looked up old-timey names, and I really liked Hangletter, and I was like, what's an old-timey first name? And so I just kind of made that one work. A lot of times I'll just sound something out. That's where Creflin Partentellen came from, because I was like, I just want to make up a name, because it's D&D, fuck it. And Kinsey McCharlotte was the same way too. I think I came up with McCharlotte first, and then I was like, how do I make that rhythm work? Like Kinsey McCharlotte.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Like the final test is, and like the way you can tell if a name fits perfectly is if it both fits well and sometimes emphasizes the accent or the voice that you're doing.
Yeah,
like
absolutely.
Paige is very wide, or like Gus Gurley, or like Badlands Pete is like a name you can mumble.
Yeah.
Like or like Kashmir was something I could say, like really, really emphasizing the Emma Watson of it.
Yeah.
So like it's something that like if it fits well and emphasizes the voice, then it's like match made in heaven.
That was me 100% with Bastian Corazon. So Corazon was another name that I liked from various things, as like personal stuff and then also media. It also means heart, so it felt like it was all about like passion and stuff like that. So I knew it was like Spanish, so I was like Corazon for sure, 100% last name done. And then I was like, what should his first name be? And then what I did is I looked up different like Spanish names, and I just worked my way through them to see which one sounded best next ahead of Corazon. I was like, Bastian Corazon. And I was like, yeah, that's it. There we go.
The other thing I can guarantee is that I'll always think way too hard about my name, like no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
I will also do like a fuck ton of research. That's where Gudbrand Strandvella came from, because I don't know how to make a Swedish name. Like I had to fucking look up like old school fucking names, and I was like, oh, this one means God's sword. That's dope. That's
it's Gudbrand.
That's like a lot of it is just like looking shit up. Like that's Porter Janus too, is like Janus is the Roman god of doorways and travel and shit, and Porter is a person who literally like carries things on. So it's a lot of the research and naming too. Kumilican means, I was like, he's gonna be a prospector. What is a name that means rocks? And Kumilican is it's from a specific indigenous tribe in Chile, Araucanian or something like that, and it means literal red rocks or half red rocks.
Yeah. The way Covert snuck by one on me in the very, very early playtest, because the first like 3 real playtest characters of Manifest were Cyrus Finch, Juliet Hunt, and William No Good. And so when he pitched it, he said, hey, I think I have an idea for the last name. Let me know if you like it. I think it's No Good, like Nogoode. And I'm like, that's kind of a weird last name, but I kind of like it. It kind of fits into my theme of like having people with names that kind of like cater towards who they are as a person and what they do. And like your guy's a mercenary and everything. So like, yeah, William No Good. I love it. And then he sat down at the table and he said, my friends call me Shitty Bill. And I was like, no!
The rule with Tommy is if you get to the table and you get to say your name out loud in the session, he can't tell you to change it.
If I don't get the chance to stop it ahead of time, if you slip it by me, I'm fucked.
Yeah. I think if you're looking for actual like advice on how to find a name for yourself, like I like these guys are, I think it feels like they're much more sort of like purposeful. Most of the names that I find or I pick are more blank slates. So when I find because I don't find my character until it hits the table almost always. Mouse is the great exception to that. And so like when I don't know who my character is going to be, so if I give them like this very specific name that then doesn't fit them, that's sad for me. And so instead, I like to pick a name that is just sort of in the general direction of like where I think the character will go. That's why I wasn't sure who Franny was going to be, but Franny is the perfect name for Franny. And it's because I was like, okay, small town, like I want like a name that sounds like it comes from a small town. Okay, let me go find my grandma index. Aha, Franny. And then I picked that. But like that's I would suggest doing that more than And you can still way overthink it if you like that. But like I find that that's much more useful for my purposes because I don't know who the characters are until they've met with the enemy. And
Also-
and then yeah.
Don't be afraid to just pick a regular name, regardless of what setting you're in. One of my
for
favorite
sure.
characters ever, who is tragically still trapped in a haunted house, is a wizard named Doug.
We can get him out of there. We just need to play Monster of the Week one more time.
Hashtag save Doug. Get it trending.
Beautiful. I just looked at the last Manifest character I played, and he was a devout gunslinger, and his name was Autocross.
I think the last one I played was Jolf Brumley.
Manifest names are always really fun.
Yeah, the one that sticks out to me was my nomad. I think it was a nomad gambler, Jam Clampson.
Jam Clampson was a
Clampson.
fucking
Right.
treasure.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Beautiful. Okay, so we're gonna end it there.
There was one other question further up from Ted.
What we got? Where is it?
You mentioned that brothels are not taboo in this world. Are there still some organizations that disapprove? Can someone win a stay at a brothel from playing church bingo? I think you absolutely can win a stay at a brothel for playing church bingo.
for sure.
Yeah, 1000%.
Can I sort of like wade into this conversation? Okay. So one of the things that we tried really hard to do with Manifest is to make it filled with not the stigmas from the very fallible life that we live here. Like there are, there's still evil and good and like, sort of tensions, mostly because anti-capitalist ones, but whatever. And then, but what we really didn't want to do is we didn't really want to have like genderism and like sort of like sexism and like all the sort of like puritanical stuff that is applied to especially American society, sex being taboo, and we didn't want like racism to be a thing that we built into the world. Like if that's something that like your table wants to bring into the world, we're not going to stop you, obviously, because we're not there. Or because you should be able to play the game you want to. But one of the things that is so weird about humans is how weird we've gotten about sex. And so, like, we didn't used to be that way, or else certainly there would be no humans. And so we were just like, well, why do we care?
Yep.
And one of the places that women were most free in America was in the Wild West. During that expansion time. Yeah. Which has problems. But anyway, moving on. It was when they were like prostitutes, and they were living in prostitute like houses and like establishments.
Yeah, there's a reason there's a Western media Wild West Western media trope that exists, which is like the matron of a brothel, right? Being like this strong like person who doesn't like take any shit. Like that's a pretty common trope, and it exists because to a certain degree, like when you went out into those like frontier towns, like you were so far from like it was mostly just people banding together and like trying to like make a town work. And so like women were able to actually own a business in a time where women couldn't own a business and they could like make their own money and like have their own like fucking financial like security in a time where that wasn't a thing. And sex work is real work, right? So like on Manifest, it's like, yeah, of course there's a brothel. Like there's a demand for that. And it goes all the ways. It goes every way possible.
and the other thing is that like with on Manifest, there are still people who are like, I'm not going to do that. Like there are some people who are like, I think Disney is not my thing, right? Like that's the perfect analogy. Like,
Yeah.
cool, it's not your thing. Other people find it very fun.
Yeah. No one's
and-
like, what? Like, if anyone's like, why don't you like going to brothels? It's just somebody who really likes going to brothels. It's not somebody being like, that's so weird. Society does not agree with you. It's like, it's just a thing people like. And some people don't, and some people do. And there's a demand for it, just like there's a demand for drinking and not drinking.
That's pretty much it.
The other important part to your question, though, Genetic, is like there's enough blank space in the world that if you're running your game and you've got an interesting and engaging story for your table that involves somebody who hates brothels, like
If you want to play a dirty dancing anti-brothel instead of dancing,
Oh my God,
campaign,
imagine walking into that
Footloose?
settlement.
like
here's the thing: Dirty Dancing is really a very anti-dancing movie, if you think about it.
It
in this TED
is.
Talk, I will.
Everyone also go watch Best Little Whorehouse in Texas.
I love
that.
Apropos of nothing, it's just an incredible film, and Dolly
It's
Parton's
good.
the best.
I love
Dolly
it so
Parton's
much, the idea of like walking into a settlement and being like, where's the brothel? And then being like, okay, so it's just
a
but
bunch
this
of
is
teens died on the way back from the brothel one time, so
so brothels are outlawed here. It's like, what? We have to teach this
we
town
gotta
to
teach
love
this town
sex
to
again.
fuck again.
And August Adventure, write it down.
Fuck
Okay.
this? I don't know. I don't like that.
All right, here we go. With that, I see no other questions in the chat. We have nothing in the Discord. We went a little late, but we also started a little late, so it all works out in the end. We are not on next week. Next week, the 13th of July, we are not going to be available because I at least know for Addie and myself, we're going to be actively loading our life into a truck.
The other thing is that it's not only that we are going to be not live with a new episode, we won't be running a rerun.
Right. Typically, when we're off, we still run a previously aired episode. Not the case here.
The next week, if we are not streaming, we will let you know through social media and like on the Discord. But we will run a rerun if that's the case.
The current plan.
Follow and get notifications, and Twitch will tell you whether we're live or
Hit that
not.
Exactly.
There's buttons for this.
There's buttons.
Okay, we are going to end for tonight. Thank you all so much for being here. Thank you to everyone who hung out and chatted. Thank you for the questions. We love you all so much. We're going to go to sleep. Goodbye.
Boot loose?